Thank you, Chris. Yat A. Abine. That means good morning and welcome in Navajo. She Derek Watchman. Ice Guinea Shla, Tohana Bashashin, Katnazani Deshi Chayado, Tabahashanele. Navajo, New Mexico, Dana Shah Auto, Chairman of the Board, Dana Nish. And so, my clans, where I'm from, I'm originally from a little town called Navajo, New Mexico. And for those of you that are not Navajo, I usually say I'm a Navajo from Navajo because I try to kind of trip up people. But there's actually a little town called Navajo, New Mexico, in right in the middle of Navajo. So that's where I was raised, but I'm glad to be here. I'm the chairman of the board for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, and as Chris said, this day, the Native Edge Institute is one of our featured programs that we've been running for the last several years. And why do we do it? The big thing is to get information, get training, get collaboration, get connections going in Indian country. I come from an entrepreneurship family and also a political family. My grandpa was a part of the Navajo Nation Council. My father was a former treasurer for the Navajo Nation. But growing up, I actually grew up in a gas station. So I remember those days where you roll coins at the end of the night and count dollars and go out and see how much gas is left. And so I did that growing up. And so lo and behold, many years later, I'm here as the chairman of the National Center. But I also went to, Chris mentioned Res. We have Res 23 coming up the first week in April. But I was actually at Res 87. And I'm dating myself, but I actually went there. I was a grad student working on my MBA, and I ran into a former board member, and he said, "You got to come to Res." And so I went to Res 87. Back then, we were just starting as an organization and as a economic development provider. So our first Reses were actually in Disneyland because we had a relationship with Disneyland. So I was there. And I used that meeting to actually get a job and learn about economic development. So I landed a job on Wall Street, so I was able to spend some time there. But over the years, I continue to advocate for access to capital and building our communities on reservations. And I've been able to go home and do other things. But for me, when I go back to Navajo, I don't know if it's good or bad, but the conditions are still the same. You still have the trading post. I still have a small little supermarket, but that's it. I fly out of Albuquerque or I fly out of Phoenix, and the urban sprawl. There's just so much development that I see across the country. But when I go back to my reservation or other reservations, things, I guess, are the same. And so, for us as business people and entrepreneurs and have knowledge, and we hear from our people, our brothers and sisters, our grandma and grandpas, we need more here. It just continues to drive me. And so today, we're going to talk about creating jobs, and that's the whole emphasis, looking at our workforce development, but in the context of collaboration and leadership. So thank you for joining us, and thank you, Larry, for joining us from NCAIED. Congratulations on your new role, and good conference at Sacramento last week. So, our hats off to you. But from National Center, my colleagues on the board, our emphasis is how do we improve our tribal economies, homeland. For me, back at the Hogan, how do we grow so that, I grew up with my grandma and grandpa saying, don't forget your land, the Nipakea, you got to keep this going. But how do you keep our land going? That's with, ingenuity, it's with jobs, it's with schools, it's all those other things that build a community. So we have a long ways to go, in my opinion. And so, but I don't want to, forget many of our urban natives. When you look at the recent census 2020, I don't know if it's good or bad, there's roughly 60+% of us natives that live off reservation and the balance live on. And so to me, it's getting worse. And so last year I was a part of the Arizona Independent Redistricting Commission. And so my job was to draw lines for the congressional and legislative districts. And so the challenge that I was dealing with was that many of our natives in Arizona have left the reservation and they moved to the urban populated areas. So when you're doing redistricting, it's all about numbers. So you basically have no people at home, so you have to draw those lines where the population is. And so as a result, and I see this around the country, many of our reservations, because of the migration, lost representation for the most part. And so, we have a big task, in my opinion. And so the agenda today talks about, how do we look at our anchor partners, access to capital, as Chris, our partners, MBDA, how do we do procurement, SBA, and then, of course, exportation. I know we're talking about exportation, out of the country, but for me, when we do commerce on a reservation, we're exporting out off the reservation. So how do we build our capacity abroad? And to me, that's how do we build our capacity to work with our border towns. I see a lot of our reservation border towns benefit significantly from our activity on reservations. I know that on Navajo, with the CARES Act, all the dollars that came to Navajo, boom, overnight it was spent off reservation. No impact to motherland. So we have a tall order in front of us, and I'm glad everybody's here today. I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you as we continue to build our Indian economy. Economic sovereignty is what I think we're all talking about. So we can only do that by working together. The national organizations, the Indian Chamber of Commerces around the country, working in concert with a lot of our new partners, our Indian brothers and sisters that are being appointed to many of the offices here in the federal agencies. We have to collaborate and continue to build a plan. And how do we do that? We need to get capital out to Indian country. We need to get the human resources out to Indian country. We got to get the infrastructure going. But I think, to me, one thing that I think, as I think about it, we got to get our mindset going. I was at a planning meeting the other day, and one thing that keeps coming to my mind is that many of us, and I grew up with this, we're going to go to town. Every other week, my family, we go to town. From Navajo, New Mexico, we would go every weekend to Gallup, New Mexico, or Albuquerque. That's where we get our food, the pizza. I remember stopping at A&W, or we get a car. That's all off reservation. But that was a cool thing. we all get in the car or the truck, get our stuff, and then come home. But now we got to train ourselves to say, you know what? We have the capacity here in our little town. Let's support our local member business. Let's buy from that person. Let's buy local. So I think we have to retrain our mindset to say we got to support each other. There's nothing wrong with a Cherokee billionaire, or a Navajo, or a Hopi, or a Seneca. There's nothing wrong with that, and that's what we need. That's what we need. You look at the history of this country, folks that were industrialists were able to build our country. We got to support our brothers and sisters in business so that they can build the capacity, get the markets going, and get the economic activity on our reservations. And why do they say this? When I look at the census, if the trends get worse, we could have nobody at home. And so if there's nobody at home, what are we trying to do? We have to preserve, whether, we have good intentions or not, we have to preserve homeland, our reservations. That's what gives us the sovereignty. That's what gives us who we are. That gives us, the resiliency and the fortitude to move forward. And so I just want to say thank you for joining us today. This event here, I think, would be good. I always learn. I've been to almost every one of these. I've learned something new. And, I'm not, and so it gets back to, we have to have the information and talent to grow. So, let's exchange our business cards. Let's continue to talk. Today is just the beginning of many, great things that I think will happen. And so we're celebrating Native American Heritage Month. I think that's, very befitting for all of us. And so hopefully next year when we come back, we'll have a lot of successful projects to talk about. So with that, I want to say thank you for joining us. And let's get at it. So thank you very much, and thank you, Chris and the staff.
Thank you so much, Derek. I really appreciate your words and your leadership with the National Center. So I do want to recognize, Derek had talked about some of the businesses. I do want to recognize one of our partners in businesses, Sky Bear Media. You'll see the cameras around. They have great work, a Native American-owned firm out of Washington State. So give them a round of applause. I really want to recognize, the National Center, we have a lot of small business partners that we use, but also you may get asked to be on camera or or have a little interview. Those interviews really help us with promoting Native American businesses. It helps us to tell your story more. So if you want to have a small interview with one of the team members, just let them know or let one of our staff members know. We'll be showing that on our social media. We'll also be doing that at our Reservation Economic Summit. So with that, I'm ready to, I think our team member is probably ready for me to move on. Jess is our newest team member. She hails from Alaska. So give Jess a round of applause. She's done a great job. Her office is here in DC, so she services 20 states with the MDDA program. So she's going to be a great resource for you. I'm going to turn it over to Jess, and welcome Jess to the team, and thank you for putting this together.
Good morning, everyone. As Chris said, I'm Jessamine Tracy. You probably know me best from all the emails that you have received. So thank you for your patience with the emails, and please feel free to just call me Jess. I'm delighted to see so many of you here today in person. I've had the chance to speak with many of you and ask my favorite question, which is just tell me about your business. So thank you for sharing that with me and for being here. As our chairman of the board, Mr. Watchman, said, we hope that you will exchange business cards. Take that opportunity to meet with as many people as you can and ask them that same question. Tell me about your business. And that's a great starting point for the work that we are going to do today. We have a great roster of speakers that are lined up to share their expertise and information with you. But before I jump into that, I wanted to go over just a couple of housekeeping items so that we're all kind of on the same page for the day. We do have scheduled breaks you'll see on the agenda. We'll try to adhere to those times as much as possible. Sometimes we need flexibility. That said, please feel free, if you need to step out of the room for a moment, please feel free to do that. You don't have to wait for a break. And for your cell phones, please feel free to leave them on. We know that you are busy, you have a lot going on. We just ask that you put them on silent. And if you need to step out of the room to answer a call, send an email, please feel free to do that. We know that you have a lot going on and it takes a lot to be here. We have, throughout the day, as you can see, we're using microphones, and as Chris mentioned, we have our SkyBear media team. So when we are doing the presentation, if you have questions, we may have a mic runner who brings you a mic and asks you to speak into that so that we can be inclusive and make sure that everybody can hear the questions that are being asked. As a reminder, we have a reception this evening from 5 to 7. It's just right next door in that dining area. And then a final note on those of you who signed up for the B2B. You should have received an email confirming the appointments that you had. That would have come from our partner. And if you have any questions, please feel free to check in with me at the back. And then finally, if you are not a guest at the hotel, the restrooms do require a key. So there is a stack of keys back at the back of the room on one of the tables, and grab those, and please try to remember to bring them back when you need to. So those are all of the, housekeeping. Welcome. Please tend to yourselves. Have fruit and pastries and whatever you'd like. And at this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Sean Ironmaker to come up to the front with us. Thank you, Sean. Sean is an enrolled member of the A'ani and Nakota Nations, and he is here to perform a welcoming song for us.
Hello, my relatives. They call me Sits with Me, and from the A'ani Nakota Nations in Montana. And I'm here as a community member, also, to participate in the event for tribal small business. And I wanted to acknowledge that we're on native land. Wanted to, talk about the Piscataway and the Kanawai and the Pamunkey and the Anacostia. And today I wanted to share this song, in the spirit of our acknowledgement for success. And so, from our reservations with the Nakota people, we have a praise or celebration song, and the words of the song mean, my friend, you work hard every day. We prepare for good things, and we're honoring you. So with that, if you feel compelled, please rise for yourself, and I'll share this praise song for you.
thank you so much, Sean, for that. We really appreciate it and are grateful. Okay, so I'd like to invite Christina Strickland Theodoro. She is here with us today to speak about anchor institutions. Christina, please come on up. And the remote. Thank you. So Christina Strickland Theodoro has worked in tribal leadership and development as an advocate of generating equity, parity, balance for Indigenous communities. She's a graduate from UNC Pembroke and has 15 years experience working in small business development across the state of North Carolina, supporting small business owners and helping to build capacity. I also want to mention that we have a partnership with CREATE, and so NCAIED's partnership with that. I am the project liaison and have had the pleasure of meeting with the team in North Carolina. And Christina, I'm going to let you talk about CREATE and the Keenan Institute and UNC Chapel Hill. And with that, I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm very excited to be here. I think I said to one of the staff members, it's very cold. So I had to bring my big coat, as my husband said when I packed. So very excited to be here at a Native Edge Institute training. Bringing greetings on behalf of Greg Brown, who's the director of the Keenan Institute at the Keenan Flagler Business School, as well as our executive director, Mark Little. But I'm also happy to bring you greetings from Dr. Amy Lockley-Hertel, who's the vice provost, and she's also a member of the Lumbee-Coharie tribe in North Carolina. She's very excited about our partnership with NCAIED and supporting the work of NCAIED. So my job is as program manager for a project called Anchor Institutions Creating Economic Resiliency. And so through the pandemic, the Keenan Institute, let me stop real quick, the Keenan Institute is a policy and research institute that's attached to the business school, the Keenan Flagler Business School at UNC Chapel Hill. We do some phenomenal work. The CREATE team, NC Growth, SmartUp, and ACER are all part of the CREATE team, and we do some phenomenal work engaging with small businesses, communities, municipalities across North and South Carolina to really foster and grow ecosystems around anchor institutions. So tribes are anchor institutions, and through the work of ACER, ACER stands for Anchor Institutions Creating Economic Resiliency. So my job as program manager is to work with anchor institutions that we identify to create and support ecosystems. And we do that through the power of research and data that helps impact policy. And so I also actually do business services for small business owners, and that really is what gets me going in the morning engaged. And I can say that it was very exciting to walk into the room this morning because you can feel that entrepreneurial spirit that is always present when business owners are present, right? So that's really and truly the biggest part of the work of ACER is supporting those small business owners. But not just small business owners. What we understood was during the pandemic, minority business owners were more adversely affected by COVID, right? And so what you saw wasn't just disruption in the supply chain, but you saw business owners really struggling to keep their doors open. And I will say what we saw from data was minority business owners were actually very resilient and worked very hard to make sure that they survived the pandemic. And so through the work of ACER, we're able to really understand how to support business owners and grow their procurement practices, meet purchasers, and identify the needs of anchor institutions to support those business owners. So as we define anchor institutions, for me, I'm a member of the Lumbee tribe. So for me, that's to make sure that tribes are defined, well defined as anchor institutions. that we understand tribes as economic drivers in economies and ecosystems that not only support their tribal members that are small business owners, but actually support the economies that they exist in. And so through the work of ACER, we're able to do that. And so currently we have projects with the Lumbee tribe, the Catawba tribe, and their Eastern Band Cherokee in North Carolina. And so through the work of NCAIED and with Jessamine, we are hoping to broaden our scope of impact and assistance to NCAIED and actually help identify some of the opportunities to support the tribal business owners through the work of NCAIED. And so more to come on that, right? But intrinsically, what we understand is that small business owners are an essential part of rural economies in North Carolina, in the South, and actually the United States, specifically also too in tribal communities. A lot of the work that I do, a big part of the work that I do is business certifications. And so I think a lot of you will understand this information. So these are the certifications that we support business owners either understanding how to utilize these certifications, or we actually work with policymakers to better tool the policy around supporting these certifications. And so states have MWBE certifications or historically unutilized business hub certifications. I don't know if you all are familiar with that. Sort of kind of hard to gauge where some of the business owners are here in the room. I do know that there's some higher level businesses that understand these certifications. But long story short, these certifications we see as a way for minority business owners, tribal business owners, woman-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, disadvantaged businesses to be able to create that area of opportunity that majority-owned businesses cannot. And so through the work of ACER, what we do is we support these certification types. Specifically, in the state of North Carolina, we're working with the Department of Administration and the State Hub Office to understand the nuances around hub policies and implementation and really utilizing small business owners that are hub certified businesses. And so all that means is that if you are eligible to be a hub certified business or MWBE, Minority Women Business Enterprise business in your state, then by all means, our work is to say you should get hub certified, MWBE certified with your state, and use that as an advantage to your business. Minority Business Enterprise, Women's Business Enterprise certifications are corporate certifications. And so if your goal is to expand your business practices and procure business opportunities with corporations, then MBE and WBE certifications are the way for you to do that. And so we partner with actually Carolina's Minority Supplier Development Council and the National Minority Supplier Development Council that does MBE certifications to understand the nuances of policy and how their policy supports small business owners, and actually what state hub and MWBE certifying entities should also better understand in the relationship between corporate certifications and state certifications. DBE certification, Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, is a certification that goes along with the Departments of Transportations across the states. If you are eligible for DBE certification, then that means that that's how you would procure business with your state Department of Transportation, as well as your federal Department of Transportation. That's important for tribal businesses because the federal Department of Transportation is what you see on reservations and managing reservations. And again, I think that some of you all have heard this conversation. I'm just reinforcing the certifications. What I will say is that what I'm excited about is how do we support TARO certifications, which is the Tribal Employment Rights Offices that are on tribes across the United States. So what we see is that there is this stratification of the size of TARO offices. And so what my team hopes to do through the work of ACER is to understand how we support Terrell offices. How can UNC Chapel Hill, the Strength of the Business School, assist tribes understand how to better support Terrell rights? How does that lead over into relationships with states, the federal government? So again, we hope to support Terrell certification through the work of ACER. And then, of course, we all know SBA certification. What we have began as a conversation with the regional office in Atlanta for the Southeast SBA offices to look at the attrition rate, right? So oftentimes what we hear is that there is a high rate of businesses that come into existence through our state secretary offices, right? Well, what we're looking at the Keenan Institute through the work of ACER, well, what happens with the attrition rate? So about 2 months ago, we heard that there were 1,700 businesses that came into existence in the Sandhill regions of North Carolina, and there's 3 tribes in the Sandhill region, the Waccamaw-Siouan, the Lumbee, and the Coharie. So there were 1,700 businesses just in the Sandhill region alone that came into existence. So what we're trying to understand is, well, what about the attrition rate? So we know statistically, and even through census data, businesses that come to existence. But what we're asking the SBA to do is to help us have a conversation about what happens to those businesses when they go out of business and what's the decline. And so that's another project that we have that we're starting with the SBA, the regional SBA office in Atlanta. This is a comparative chart that I've put together that tells the differences between the various certifications. And again, I think that you all are very aware of these certifications. And if you have any questions, just let me know at any time. So again, this is a certification that's in the state of North Carolina that I also want to make you all aware of. Specifically, funding came to states to support small business owners that were attached to COVID-19, the pandemic. Please be aware of these opportunities in your state. They're usually attached to your MWBE office, your state hub offices. In North Carolina, NCSBE certification is new, and it's attached to COVID-19 relief funding. Again, this is another opportunity that you can use to support your business. Some of the key takeaways is when you go after certifications, it's really about your business model and if it assists your business, okay? That's the biggest thing. So oftentimes what we get asked are, is certification gonna help me grow my business? Is it gonna provide an opportunity for me to create a relationship with the state government, with the public entity, with the purchasing office? And what my response has been actually over the past 15 years is your certifications are only as powerful as you are at promoting your business. And so once you get your certifications, you actually have to work at utilizing those certifications. You can meet with procurement officers. You can meet with NCAIED staff that will assist you with your certifications. You can call me up. Actually, right before I came up to speak, one of my business owners was texting me. He is a tire shop in Robinson County, and he would actually like to grow his business to sell tires to Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in North Carolina. He actually is 2 person down. He had a meeting with one of my program officers, but he's under a car replacing a tire, right? And so he was texting me to reschedule his meeting. And so I said that to you to say it's about the power of you to promote your business and use your certifications to your business's advantage, no matter how big your business is. If you don't understand the nuances around supporting yourself, promoting your businesses, your certifications are not going to matter. And so
take a year to get organized, to get your documents together, to do some things that make you look better in terms of these 5 C's. Can you reduce your debt? Can you set aside some cash? take stock of that collateral value. Is there something there that you're willing to fight for? But most of all, know your industry. Know where it's going. Because you're going to have to sell that to a lender or to an investor. They have to be able to believe in what comes next. Now, I'm not sure that this was ever the case, but there seems to be this belief that in the good old days, you could just borrow some money for a rainy day and set that money in a bank account. And if you needed it, it's there. It never really was the case. But that's a common myth, and it's more of a myth today because you have to account for every penny you want to borrow. You have to be able to justify everything that you're going to do with the money. If you don't get anything else out of this slide, I want you to take the bottom part of the slide home with you. That is, align your long-term needs with long-term debt and your short-term needs with short-term debt. Now, as a CDFI, Community Development Finance Institution, one of the things that we do is try to maintain good relationships with traditional banks. If you are able to get money from a bank, please do. Don't come to us. Because a bank is going to give you more services. They're going to give you more products. You're going to have things like debit cards, credit cards, lines of credit, safe deposit boxes. They're going to be able to help you move your money around in different instruments to make it work for you so that it's not sitting idle and not making money. But if you are a startup, chances are the bank is going to say no. In fact, there are a lot of banks back home that will tell you right up front, we do not talk to startups. If you're less than 2 years old, we consider you a startup, don't bother. It's the reality. But when you align your long-term money with your long-term needs, it just means that you're not going to be paying in 10 years for inventory you sold on day 2. Nobody wants that. So sometimes we have found ourselves making one business 2 loans. We'll make them a loan for a year or 18 months to cover some of those short-term working capital needs, and then we're going to cover their furniture, fixture, and equipment, and some of their other things, those long-term assets, we're going to cover that in maybe a 5 or a 10-year note. Furniture, fixture, and equipment, FFE. This is one of those things that we as business owners love as collateral. Yes, I'm going to give you my range hood and my dishwasher and all the things in my restaurant. But the day you go bankrupt and you leave, and we call a company to come in and load everything up and take it down to a wholesale warehouse. We have one in Greenville, South Carolina that does nothing but sells used equipment. Well, you might have put $50,000 into this business, and they're going to write us a $5,000 check for everything they can haul out, including the salt and pepper shakers. So FFE ain't all it's cracked up to be in a lot of cases. Part of that depends on how marketable will this be if we get rid of it. We had a yogurt shop close down. The owner passed away, and we realized that everything we had in that yogurt shop was only good for that yogurt shop. You could only use it in that yogurt shop, and it was all branded to that franchise. It was worth nothing. We didn't even get free yogurt out of that. I mean, it was bad. Inventory is riskier. It's that thing that tends to change when tastes change, when market trends change. Look, I know fashion's coming back around. Ties are getting wider. We got bell bottoms again. All kinds of things. So, yeah, if you want to wait 30, 40 years, your inventory might be back in fashion and you could sell it again. But I wouldn't expect a quick turnaround on that. Working capital is one of those things that banks typically don't want to do. And so when we do deals for larger businesses, a lot of times the bank will say, okay, we're going to cover your hard assets. We're going to cover the furniture, fixture, equipment. We're going to take care of the property. We're going to let Sequoia Fund come in on the working capital. We're going to let Sequoia Fund take care of their insurance, their rent deposits, their payroll for a while, and we'll split that collateral with Sequoia Fund on a percentage basis. We do those as participation loans. In other words, the bank takes the lead. We come in second. We do our part, and if anything needs to be recovered, the bank, they tend to have bigger hammers than a little native CDFI. They tend to have more clout, carry a little more weight, and so when the bank calls and says you owe us money, they tend to respond a little bit quicker Whereas Sequoia Fund and most native CDFIs are this way. Our default is not, you owe us money, we're shutting you down. Our default is, you're in trouble, how can we help? How can we get you healthy again? How can we get you back to where you need to be? Which is very different from the way a bank sees things. A bank wants to know, can you make your payments? Sequoia Fund and other native CDFIs want to know, can we keep you in business so that you can employ people, so that you can take care of your family, so that you can take care of your employees? It's a very different worldview. Most of all, when we lend money, we want to know, how is this going to be good for your business? How is this going to help you? Sounds simple. This is a tough sell for a lot of small business owners. I need the money to do this. Okay, how is that going to help you in your business? I need the money for an automatic dishwasher. How is this going to help you in your business? What's going to help me wash dishes? No, no, no. You can hire a dishwasher for that. How is this dishwasher, how's this automatic dishwasher going to help you in your business? Sometimes we have to start to think a few steps ahead, down to the root of, what does this do for the business? Well, my dishwasher is always out sick. My dishwasher never shows up on Monday because they partied all weekend. I need something that's going to be there no matter what. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So we have to be able to explain how this improves productivity, how this helps us enter a new market. And I know that out on the coast, look, North Carolina is one of those states that we have a huge military population, right? And so you don't have to make planes, tanks, and missiles to be a military contractor, right? You can sell blue jeans. And when the Rangers walk into your store in Fayetteville with a P card and you sell blue jeans, guess what? You're a contractor. You're a military contractor. You sell to the government. You've just entered a new market. Now you're not selling tires to the guy down the street, or you're not selling tires to the Coca-Cola bottling plant. You're now selling tires to Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. That is a big customer, and they pay pretty steadily, I hear. Stocking seasonal inventory. I mean, Chris and I, Cherokee, North Carolina is one of those seasonal towns. We understand that everything moves with the season. Lately, stores have been staying open through the winter. Restaurants even stay open through the winter. There was a time when everything shut down mid-November-ish and didn't open again until April because nobody came to town. Well, people are coming to town now, so some of the seasonality is disappearing, even from resort towns, even from places where they used to close down part of the year. And so this is, again, where a bank comes in handy, because a bank can do things like lines of credit. I can't do lines of credit. We're not built that way. That's a very different infrastructure in terms of computer software, monitoring, all kinds of things. So we like to work with banks to help our clients become bankable so that they can't afford seasonal inventory. We have a couple of hotel clients. They still only make one payment a year. That payment comes in September every year like clockwork, because they make their money March through August. And you've got to be able to prove that you are growing or scaling. And I want to talk about those two things for a second, because they're very different. My grandfather was at one time the oldest working barber in North Carolina. In fact, he only retired after he was so blind that he was going, that feels like a good haircut, right? And my grandmother made him quit. And she's like, you can be as useless at home as you are here. So after 65 years, he left. The only 3 ways he was able to grow that business was to stay open longer, cut hair faster, charge more. But to scale, he would have to move my grandmother out of that second chair and put in another barber. But that chair was her throne. That's where she sat and read the newspaper every day and held forth with all the clients, all the customers, and they solved all the world's problems. Mainly because my grandfather couldn't get along with any other barbers. But he was never able to scale that business. Scaling is about getting more out of the business without having to put more in. And that was a business he was never able to scale. As you start planning the venture, I want you to start thinking about how are we going to scale the business? What mechanisms do we need to put in to scale? Now, if you decide that you want to start a business and keep it deliberately small, that's perfectly fine. That is a deliberate choice. But make a plan for doing that, because that means you're going to say no to some opportunities. If I want to start a little clothing store, or if I want to start a little dry cleaner, whatever it is, and I want to stay small, I just want to be a solo operator, or I want to operate this with my wife or something like that, I have to have a plan for staying small, because people are going to see that you're really, really good at what you do, and they're going to want to give you more business. You have to know what you're going to say no to. Also, by the way, I want to talk about this husband-wife business thing, this 50-50 partnership. That is a mythical creature. So, guys, if you're in business with a woman, whether it's your sister, your spouse, a friend, a business partner, whoever, guess what? She's in charge. Especially if you want those opportunities that we just heard about. But even if you're in business with your brother, your best friend, decide very early on who is going to have that 51% majority. I've seen too many businesses butt heads over a simple issue, but because they have equal power, they can kill the business through non-action, through indecision. Make sure someone has a slight majority. Also comes down to typically who has more money. If you're bringing more money to the table, typically you're going to have a little larger stake in the ownership. Don't believe me? Watch one episode of Shark Tank. That's all it takes. So here are some of the more traditional ways that we can access capital. We can go to a bank. We can go to a native CDFI. I want to talk about us first because I'm here and I'm a native CDFI. How many of you have a native CDFI in your tribe? Oh, okay. If you are one of those who did not raise your hands, this is an action item for you when you get back home. Start to talk to your tribal officials about the prospect of starting a native CDFI. I'm on the board of the Native CDFI Network. I will give you my card. I will be happy to be a resource for you as you begin that journey. But if you and your tribe are going to be serious about economic development, it starts with a native CDFI. Because it's going to give you the machine you need to get those smaller projects done, and smaller projects breed larger projects. Small businesses grow into larger businesses. Smaller tribal entities turn into larger tribal entities, and they can do that through a native CDFI. Now, there are some native CDFIs out there who specialize only in housing. That's important. In Cherokee, one of the issues that we're having is not that people are leaving, but that people are coming back. The family's getting bigger, and the house is still the same size. If you had kids who moved out and came back home, you know that feeling firsthand. So housing is a huge issue. You also have some native CDFIs that specialize only in very small, what we call small dollar loans. Those are usually credit builder loans. They can be consumer loans, personal loans, things that help people build their credit. We started out as only a commercial lender. We would only make small business loans, and that's where we stayed for a long, long time. And then we realized there are a lot of people out there who can't start a business because they don't have transportation. There are people out there who want to start a business, but they can't access capital because the car loan they do have is costing them 29% interest. And we stepped into that gap. That's another beautiful thing about a native CDFI is that we have a lot of flexibility to meet the needs of the community. Whatever people need, we are there to say, yes, we can help. We'll figure out a way to get that done. And that's very entrepreneurial. I'm kind of proud of that. Entrepreneurs are just people who see opportunities that other people don't see, and they have the ability to muster the resources to make it a reality. So I want us modeling good entrepreneurship practices. I want us to show people what it's like to be successful entrepreneurs. Investors. Investors don't expect a check every month. You know, a bank, they don't care if you ever make a profit. They want to know, can you make your payment? An investor is not going to be necessarily worried about every little monthly check, but they want to know at some point they're going to get a return. Your friends and family think you're nuts anyway for doing this. Help me finish this sentence. You're crazy. Why don't you just go out and get a job? Is there any such thing as job security anymore? I think if the last 2.5 years taught us anything, that's no. All right, I've got just a few minutes left, and we've got a special guest coming in. And so I'm gonna wrap up. You're gonna get a copy of all of these slides, by the way. You're gonna get a copy of everything. And in the back, I want to point out something that you want to pick up. It is called an adverse action notice. Why would I give you one of those? That's a turn down letter. Banks use them, we use them. It's going to show you all the ways you can get rejected. Oh, now if you know all the ways you can get rejected, avoid them. You know, it's like when I tell my doctor, my arm hurts when I do this. He says, don't do that. All right, so how are you going to pay it back? Understand your business model. Jiffy Lube, very simple, 30-minute oil change. McDonald's, burgers, fries, and shakes, very simple to understand. Understand your target market. Who are those people who love you? Who are those people who are willing to tear down Ticketmaster to get tickets to your concert? Did anybody try that in the last couple of days? Any Swifties in here? Okay. All right, so Taylor Swift broke the internet. She broke the entire world. All right, understand who your target market is, and then understand where those targets are moving, where those trends are going. And again, very simply, Warren Buffett said, risk comes from not knowing what you're doing. Don't try to fake it till you make it. There is no fake it till you make it. Know where you are, know where you're capable of, and where you're headed. I want to talk about two little things right here as we wrap up. Number one is if the business doesn't work out, we're always planning for down the middle. We're always planning for those most likely scenarios. And if it doesn't work out, then where are we? We need to start planning for the worst case scenario. That next pandemic, and it may not be a pandemic, it might be a flood, it might be a tornado, it might be a derecho, you never know. So let's plan for that. If it never happens, that's fine. But if you've ever been to a restaurant where the food quality starts to slip, or maybe their hours start to change, you realize that, hey, the owner's still driving his Mercedes? Why am I suffering? Because the owner wants to maintain a lifestyle. But what happens if you go to bed in a rowboat and wake up on a cruise ship? Evaluate your leadership skills as well. This is one of the things that banks will tell you. There's an old saying in banking that banks do not lend money to businesses. They lend money to people. They want to know what you're capable of. Are you able to take that business to the next level? Do you have the leadership skills? Can you get them? Can you hire them? And if you're going to grow, chances are you're going to have to hire people. And that brings its own raft of problems. So understand what you need to do to get ready to manage them successfully. Here's some things that you need to do, whether you're a one-person entity or whether you're a tribal entity looking to start a business, is to get the house in order. Bank statements, tax returns, a business plan. And I'm giving you, in the link that you're going to get later, you're going to get a fill-in-the-blank business plan. It's not beautiful, but it is very functional. It will help you completely dump everything out of your brain onto paper, and you're going to look at that and go, wow, I had a business plan. A personal financial statement is just what do you own and what do you owe. Make sure you're telling the bank everything. I want to point out one thing as I wrap up on this slide. 6 months ago, there are a lot of deals that got a yes. And today, those same deals are getting a no. Some of those deals that used to have favorable interest rates are now skyrocketing out of reach. Banks are losing their appetite for certain industries. We've seen entire industries like the hotel industry getting letters from their banks saying you have 90 days to find new financing. Don't just know yourself and know your own capabilities, but talk to your lenders. Find out what their appetite is. Find out where they want to go in terms of their portfolio. That's going to build your relationship with them. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Jess for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Russ. So good news. First, we get to have a brief break. So let's keep that to just 10 minutes. We'll reconvene back here at 11:55. And second, we get to hear from Russ again. So we'll have a brief break, and then Russ will resume his presentation. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're gonna get started again here in just a second. We've got an activity coming up. I'm gonna put you in the driver's seat for a little bit. So it looks like everybody's coming back on this side of the room, but the room's leaning a little bit. It's like an imbalanced airplane. We need more people on this side. Need these folks to come on back. I saw it after I hit my last slide. I'm like,
No worries.
so while we're waiting for everyone to come back in, does anyone have any questions? I've got a little time to field some questions. Yes, sir.
Well, first, thank you and welcome. And I always love this issue of access to capital. One of the challenges that I have being an entrepreneur and on Navajo is that the banks just won't touch us, won't talk to us. And I know that, but I'm also a member of the Native American Bank Board. And despite the mission being serving Indian communities, for the most part, we will not do any credit on reservation trust lands without an adequate support process, i.e. the BI loan guarantee program. SBA, they're out of the picture because they got some real, funky rules like, complete waiver of sovereign immunity, and it's a court matter. So there's really no SBA credit on trust lands, USDA. So the challenge for, I'll say, middle markets, where I think you have significant development, the hotels, gas stations, convenience stores, businesses that have employees, 20 plus. That is the missing market there. And so I didn't hear anything about trust land, but it seems like all the issues come back to, we can get through all this, but then it comes to documenting the loan. And the financial institutions have a hard time because, in reality, from a bank perspective, they have to come up with 574 different documents for each sovereign jurisdiction. They're so ingrained with, we have 50 states, we have 50 docs, and so if you're in Arizona, boom, your loan is printed using Arizona law. But when you have a tribal sovereign, that gets in the way.
Mm-hmm.
So I find that to be even more troubling these days. And so I like the whole CDFI concept, but I had a meeting this weekend, but it seems like the CDFI, and they do a good job, but they handle the smaller businesses. Mm-hmm. So to me, the big need and the real shot that we need in the arm, so to speak, is these medium-sized businesses. That's what creates development. So how do we get past, the trust, or what are your thoughts on dealing with trust land and, the legal parameters and how we get past that? To me, one answer is we bump up the BI loan guarantee program.
That's one way, yeah.
Is there another way? Is there other options to deal with this so-called trust land problem? I won't say, well, it's a challenge.
It's a challenge,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, the irony is that the same laws, rules, and regulations that were established to prevent non-natives from taking advantage of natives now prevent a lot of native organizations and entities from starting businesses because those rules don't bend, right? And I will just start with this. The beauty of the CDFI is it will be whatever you create it to be. We were designed to be a very small mom and pop startup level CDFI. If you create a CDFI to handle those mid-sized, still small businesses, but for a lot of tribes, a 20-person operation is huge. right? So if you've got 20, 25 employees, that's enormous. So if you build the CDFI, it will be whatever you design it to be. Again, there are a lot of CDFIs out there that only do very small credit builder loans, some do housing loans, some do a little bit of everything. And you've got larger CDFIs like Citizen Potawatomi and a lot of these others that they'll cover the entire state. They're not tribal specific. But the issue of trust land is one that we got through simply by working very closely with the tribe. They wrote us into the code. And maybe this is the way you want to start. We did not start as a CDFI. We started as a tribal loan fund, so we were written into the tribal code. We have advantages that a lot of native CDFIs don't. In other words, we can attach individual per cap as collateral. So at every closing, every enrolled borrower signs a per capita assignment to us. Now that gives us the ability to say yes when we would otherwise have to say no. But if you've got 5 business partners, it's very plausible that their per capita could cover the entire obligation if necessary. But we worked with the tribe. We also work closely with the BIA. The issue of trust land is tricky. We have it set up so that we don't purchase land, but we will accept land as collateral. And the way we do that is we sign leasehold deeds of trust. We've had a couple of businesses where we end up having to take the real property or we take the leased property. We take that back and then we resell it on the open market, just like in a town where you have an auction on the courthouse steps. We do that at the BIA. So there are ways to get around it, but work with your tribe to do that. Talk with them about the issue of sovereign immunity. Talk with them about the issue of tribal trust land and how are you going to do that. Talk with them about how you need to structure your CDFI. CDFIs are considered unregulated lenders. Part of the problem with banks is that you've seen the old cartoons, right, where you've got an angel on this shoulder and a devil on this shoulder, right? So banks actually have the same thing, but on this shoulder is the government saying, look, we gave you billions. Deploy those dollars, get rid of those dollars. But then the regulator over here on this shoulder says, but don't screw it up. If you do, we're coming after you. Who are they going to listen to? They're going to listen to the regulator. It makes more sense for them to buy I-bonds and treasury bonds than it does for them to deploy money, especially in underserved, underrepresented, low-income tribal communities. They're just not going to go there. And when they see that issue of, oh, we can't take property here, sorry, we're out. Well, we have a bank that is now working to do that. The bank is on the boundary. It's a regional bank. They're very conservative. I always joke that they have stayed in business so long and they've been so successful because they just don't make loans. And it's true. They're very picky about who they make loans to. But the loans that they do, they either work with us, through us, or with the tribe to make sure that they can secure that real property. It's a process. It is a journey. Yes?
Another question.
Tribe owns all the property on the Kuala boundary.
No.
Oh, does the tribe own me? Us.
Yeah. Do they own the regional bank?
They do not own the regional bank.
What?
They don't.
I'm gonna have to let Chief Sneed know. Get it together.
So we have talked about a bank.
If you make over $10 million as a tribe, you should be banking your own money. And
We've talked about
that
that.
loan rate you guys got.
Look, it took
for
us
that new
years to get
construction
alcohol.
was pitiful.
It took us years to get alcohol. It's baby steps. Yeah, well, you can grow it. You just can't do anything else with it. But yeah, that's one of those things that you know, again, we should be. I think one of the issues with the tribal bank is that people, the population says, well, if we have a tribal bank, I can just walk in there and get my money, right? They think that a tribal bank is going to have different regulations from another bank, and banks are banks, and they still have that little regulator sitting there saying, don't mess it up. But that's one of the more cultural things that we just have to overcome when we start pursuing a bank. And one of the next evolutions for Sequoia Fund is that we believe at some point Sequoia Fund is going to evolve into a CDFI bank. So that might be the next step. We might have to go CDFI credit union, but we like the idea of a CDFI bank so that we can continue to do our commercial lending. Yes?
Hi, Thomas Walsh, Corporate Security LLC. I'm an enrolled member of the Sioux Tribe of Chippewa Indians, Upper Peninsula, Michigan. I'm pretty sure that my tribe has a CDFI. I'll confirm that with you separately. But my question is about the restrictions on CDFIs and who they'll lend to, where the business is located, and the reason this is speculation on my part, but I know that as a tribal member, I'm one of the 60% that Derek referred to as an urban native, I'm here, I'm not on tribal land. So I know that a lot of my tribal services are not available to me simply because I don't live
Right.
on, in the area or around our tribal trust lands. So I was just curious, as a general policy, do CDFIs have restrictions on who they'll lend to based on where you're located, the types of industries you're in, because I run into a little bit of that because part of the business I'm in is not politically, popular
I'm with you.
these days, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the answer to that question is it depends. I know there are a lot of native CDFIs out there serving unlanded tribes. And again, it is what you build it to be. Now, I'll just say that for Sequoia Fund's part, we serve the Qualla boundary. That is a very defined area in western North Carolina. It's a very small area, rural. And that is where the majority of our enrolled members live. But we also serve a 7-county area in western North Carolina because there's either native land, there's little pockets of tribal land there, or there's native population. But we also have enrolled members in Florida, Oklahoma, California. So we made a decision very early on that we were only going to lend in that defined western North Carolina area because it's very hard to chase loans in Jacksonville, Florida, or Tulsa, Oklahoma. We can't be chasing down those loans, even for an enrolled member. So we've had to disappoint some people. But if you create your CDFI to service the needs of enrolled members who don't live in that defined area, then you certainly can do that. The CDFI is created and is regulated really by you. There are some caveats to that. When you serve an area, there is a CDFI requirement that there be some representation on your board from the geographic areas that you serve. So, for example, if we wanted to scoot next door and start to serve the Asheville, North Carolina market, well, that's a big market. There are a lot of Cherokee who move to Asheville because it's a population center, it's where all the shopping is. We would then have to go back to the CDFI fund, say, look, we're redefining our geographic market, and we also have a board member or two now from that new geographic area. So if we wanted to move down into North Georgia, we would have to bring board representation. So it's as much about board representation and your definition of where you serve as anything. But you can define that.
If our tribe does that, in fact, have a CDFI, they make those
They can.
policies and rules themselves. Okay.
They can make those policies, and you can always go back to the CDFI fund and amend that. That's one of those things that we asked. Look, if we start to serve the Asheville, Buncombe County geographic market, if we want to go into North Georgia, if we want to go into East Tennessee, how do we do that? And it's some paperwork. Let the CDFI know, the CDFI fund just down the street here, what are we going to do with that? How are we going to serve that market? And how are we going to be represented in those geographies? What they don't want is that our little community then seeks to serve this larger area, but also dictate what goes on there because we don't have representation in those areas. Okay? Do we have time for one more, or are we okay?
There is a listing
Yes.
online that you can refer to.
Yes. Oh, and you know, check with Chris James. He was the one who actually went through that nice little 87-item list that the CDFI fund gives you to form a CDFI. Bless his heart. He powered through it. But yes, the CDFI fund has lots of resources. Native CDFI Network has lots of resources, and I can put you in touch with whoever you need to talk to. can make that happen.
I know some CDFIs have a training course, and it's been reported that some CDFIs show an increase in their credit score after attending the training course, upwards to 50 points. Have you seen that?
So we do a lot of financial literacy training. You're talking about at the individual level. We have technical assistance for everything. If you want to get a business loan, you go through our Real Entrepreneurship course. Real Entrepreneurship stands for Rural Entrepreneurship Through Action Learning. It is a very hands-on course. And then you learn all of the basics that you need to start that business. But if you want to borrow money and your credit score is not where it needs to be, we have a financial literacy course that we put you through. We have a small dollar loan program that we can put you through. So instead of borrowing $50,000, maybe you start out with $2,500. Let's get your credit score up. The way we do that is we help you triage the debt that needs to be paid. We pay that off for you, so you get that, and then you get the double whammy of paying us back on time. And all of that gets reported to all 3 credit bureaus every month. So we can help you very rapidly get your credit score to where it needs to be. And I know that most native CDFIs are doing this. Again, our goal is to get you bankable. Let's put you where you get the most service. Let's put you where you need to be. So yes, ours is more in the 20 to 30 point range. So we haven't seen anybody have a 50-point jump yet. But if you go through this process and you can see a 20-point jump, we allow you to go through this process again as many times as you want without having to take the course again. So you can borrow that money, you can go through different cycles and get your credit score back where it needs to be. That's all part of what we do. Again, the bank's default is no. Now give me 1,000 reasons to tell you yes. Our default is yes. How are we going to make this work? And I think I speak safely for all of our CDFI brethren in that's our unwritten policy. We want to get to yes. Okay? All right. We've got time, I think, for a very quick application of an activity that I'm going to admit, this normally takes 60 to 90 minutes. We're going to do it lightning speed. On your table, you have, on this side, instructions for entrepreneurs. Now, the only reason we did this side as bankers, because I saw some pinstripes over here on this side of the room. So we're going to make this side our bankers. This side is going to be our entrepreneurs. And what I'd like to do is for you 3 tables to form a group, and you 3 tables form a group. I'd like for you 2 tables to form a group, you 2 tables form a group, and then these 2 tables form a group. These 2 tables right here, yes. So there are some instructions for you. You need to decide who is going to write things down. Pick somebody who can write really fast. Doesn't even matter if it's legible. As long as the person writing it can read it, you're good. And you want to pick someone who's going to report out. On this side, these are our bankers. This side is our set of entrepreneurs. You're going to follow the instructions. I'm going to give you 15 minutes to knock this out. Write as fast as you can. There are no terrible ideas, only things that you want to write down. So, any questions as we begin? Everything should be fairly straightforward for you. Okay? I'm going to give you 15 minutes. I'll call time and we'll report out. If you have a question, throw your hand up because you're probably not the only one with the question. I'll repeat it and make sure we get answered for everyone. going to give you about 4 more minutes to wrap up, and then we're going to talk about it for just a minute before our next speaker. All right, flaps out. We're on a landing trajectory. Give you about 1 more minute. I'm going to talk about this.
Very qualified. Yeah, years, decades.
All right, we are wheels down. We're going to taxi to the gate and talk about this a little bit. I do want to point one thing out. We didn't design it this way, but over on this side, our entrepreneurs are like, yeah, woo! And over here, our bankers are, We're bankers. We can't laugh. The bankers were very, very serious about their work. I don't know what you guys did over here. I don't know. Did you get anything done? I don't know. I heard a lot of laughing. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a quick round robin. It's going to be more linear robin because I'm going to be walking to the back of the room here. And what I want to do is each group, I want you to talk about what you most expect to find, what you most wanted to see, what's most important to you. I want to do entrepreneurs, and then we're going to do bankers. We're going to do a little compare and contrast as I move to the back of the room. And we're going to see what the differences are and what the similarities are in what the entrepreneurs thought about starting a business versus what the bankers thought. So let's start with this group right here. What were some of the most important things you could point out?
So you want us to give like the pitch, or
Just give your
or
list.
how
What do you think is most important for you to present to a bank in your business plan and your idea as entrepreneurs?
So for this type of business and starting a kind of a startup ground up company, we wanted to look at something that was low capex, so not a lot of large long-term investment dollars
Okay.
that would provide a lot of risk, and something that would cash flow fairly quickly but also be very scalable.
There you go. There's my entrepreneurs.
So we went with a grant writing consulting firm.
Okay.
So grant
What
writing
happened to the
services.
mind control device you were planning on building?
We bailed out on
Okay.
that real quick.
Okay, gotcha.
It was
gotcha.
very capex heavy.
Okay.
We're building our own microchips and other things. So.
Gotcha. So cash flow, low risk,
Yep, and high scalability.
high scalability. Fantastic. Thank you. How about our bankers over here? What was most top of mind for you?
I guess the people that were in charge, what kind of skill sets they had to manage, experience they had to manage, essentially what skin they had in the game, how much of a loan, if it was a short-term loan, long-term loan, fundamentals of the business, what they had experience in, their team members, their experience level, and how many employees they wanted to have.
Fantastic. Now we know what side of the room was taking notes while the slides were up. Yes. All right. How about this group of entrepreneurs over here? What was most important for you?
Some of the most important things were about timeline management and market management. So you got to manage the market over a 5-year span was the initial kickoff of it, right? And then the timeline of how you're going to scale to that. I called it an accordion. You got to get fat when you need to get fat. You got to get
I like
thin
that.
when you need to get thin. And then overlaying that money timeline on there as well too is a critical part of it, because again, you got to be able to scale up to that money fat time and scale it down in anticipation, and it can't be reactionary. You have to be predictive in that money projection.
I think it's really important, and lenders love to hear this, by the way, is not being reactionary. We want you to be proactive in how you're thinking about the business. If you're just reacting all the time, you're going to have that bullwhip effect where you're just going to get whiplash trying to bend with the trends and with the market. So, yeah, it gets really, really iffy. Let's hear from our bankers over here.
Well, we've recently collaborated with a native CDFI. And so our key questions, essential information, is what kind of skill and capability does the business have? How are you going to pay us, and what's your 5-year plan? As well as who are your shareholders and your who's in authority to spend this money, who has access to it, as well as how are you going to scale and how are you hiring? And then your conditions, is this on trust land? Is it a commercial? Is it corporate? What's the scale and scope of your business, as well as, like the other team said, what kind of investment are you making, even if it's an in-kind investment? So outlining all of your goals within that parameters there.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. I love seeing a hand come out for that mic, and everybody's not going, no, not me, not me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ebony Warren. Certainly to echo all the comments made before us, but just some of the additional items. We would want to play up that we have an advisory board, the external partners that we have, like CPAs and our business advisor. We certainly would want to play up our financial documentation for the current, and then certainly our financial projections. But we also recognize we just lived through a world pandemic. So we would want to also highlight our contingency plan, disaster recovery, hiring and retention, since we know that that's been real. So we'd want to factor that in as well.
Fantastic. So again, what I'm hearing from the entrepreneurs is something that I did not used to hear. Years ago, we heard nothing about risk mitigation from this side of the room. Right? The entrepreneurs were all about, let's live it up, let's make lots of money, woo, boom times. Okay? There is a term. There was a sociologist and an economist back at the turn of the last century. His last name was Veblen, and he coined the term conspicuous consumption. Anybody ever heard that? So there is now a term for entrepreneurs called the Veblenian entrepreneur. I did not see any Veblennian entrepreneurs over here. A Veblennian entrepreneur is the person who never makes money, never has a plan for making money, but they own a private jet and a yacht, and they have all the trappings of entrepreneurship, because that used to be the idea. Now, it's all about, let's do this in a very measured way. And I was so glad to hear that from this side of the room. Anything that this group heard from the bankers that you actually talked about? Anything? I'm going to get the mic again in case there was something over there that you talked about. And did the bankers have any good points? Anybody? No, too much focus on you, right?
The bankers are absolutely brilliant. Step one, suck up. The thing that I heard that we wrote down is roles and responsibilities and authorities are key in whoever is running the business, because it's generally, you got to have that succession plan was the word that was thrown out over here related to, it can't just be one person, because the one person creates all that debt, and then that one person's out, then who's holding the bag? And that's one of the things that I heard from your comments.
Yeah. And one of the things that we deal with a lot is partnerships where there is a native borrower and a non-native borrower. It is very easy in a lot of circumstances for that non-native partner to walk away and leave the enrolled member holding the bag. So we work very hard to make sure there's complete equity in that. And it might a lot of times mean that the other partner brings additional collateral, additional capital to the deal. We want to make sure they're just as much in it as the native borrower. Bankers, did the entrepreneurs say anything interesting that you would like to touch on? I know you probably want to talk about that mind control device this group was planning up here. Anybody? There's
having the plan for in case things go very well as if they go very poorly, and how to make your business up to scale. I think everyone had some really good points about what they were going to present and in case of emergencies, things like that. Very well done.
Thank you. Yeah, construction companies especially are one of those industries that it's really easy to grow yourself out of business. You take on more than you can deal with. You bite off more than you can chew, as we say in our neck of the woods. Your eyes get bigger than your belly when you get to that buffet, and all those opportunities look great. But you may not be able to tackle all of those opportunities. There is a saying that the worst time to look for a lawyer is when you need one. And I will say the same thing about a lender. If you're looking for money, the worst time to look for money is when you need money. Start those relationships now. Start talking to the people who have money. Start talking to potential partners, potential investors, potential lenders. Have those conversations about what you're doing so that as you move through that process and that relationship, as things change, you're not hitting them with something brand new. They may say, wow, I'm glad you thought of that. That was something that we thought of and we're hoping you'd come around to that. It's not your lender's job to tell you how to run your business, but they may ask you questions. Have you thought about this? Have you considered that? What about these contingencies? So listen to those things. As you prepare your business plan, think about those contingencies. Think about when things can go wrong as well as when things can go better than you ever dreamed. And how is that going to play nice with your cash flow? How is that going to work with your management team? And I love that almost everybody over here on the management, they really care about you guys. They want to know you, right? They want to know who's in charge, who is running this thing, and do you have the capabilities? Now, we did have a small business. I'll tell you this quick story here as we wrap up. We had a small business. The guy came to us. It was brilliant. He wanted to open a clothing store. He wanted to sell clothing accessories and jewelry. And when he got to us, he said, I also want to put in a nail salon and a hair salon. And I'm like, wow, this is great. Do you have a cosmetology license? Nah. Do you have a nail license? No. I'm going to hire somebody to do that. And I said, what happens when they leave? Oh, look. It's my job to keep them happy. They'll never leave. That's like saying, I'm going to have a gas station with no gas pumps, right? And guess what happened? They left. We lent him money on the clothing business because we knew that's what he could do. He used his own capital to finance the other pieces of that business, and invariably they left. And he had a nail salon with chairs and all the things, and no nail salon business. He had a hair business with no hair business. So we don't want to just hire for those competencies. We want to make sure that they're part of the team, get them some skin in the game as well. Because if they have an ownership stake, they're less likely to go anywhere. They're going to hang around. If you're just hiring that competency, it could put you in jeopardy. So I know that we blew through the slides pretty quickly. I wanted to make sure that we didn't miss anything there. If we need to go back and talk about those 5 C's, if we need to talk about getting your business plan up to snuff, how do we do that? Any questions that you have? I've got plenty to talk about, but yes.
I know you said CDFIs can do line of credits, but do you finance like federal contracts? So a larger loan or?
Yes, we do. Okay, so here's the deal with contracts. A contract, to us, looks a lot like cash. Now, we have people who come to us with letters of intent. Those are good, too. It's the people who come to us with good intentions that we have to send back to do a little more work. I'm going to get this is a long way away from I have this contract or I have this letter of intent. The letter of intent says if you can ramp up and do what we need you to do, we'll buy from you. The contract says you get us the product or the services, we'll pay you. We love a contract. So we take contracts as collateral. In fact, with the casino project, we have taken painting contracts. We have taken rock work contracts, stone masonry contracts. We take those and we go directly to the general contractor. And we say, you have a contract with this subcontractor. We now have a loan with them. We want you to pay us directly. That gets us around a lot of issues. And we do that with the borrower's permission. But when we do that, it takes a lot of those headaches off the table. Folks, our time is up today. I will be in the back. I'll be around for lunch. I'll be at the reception tonight and more than happy to talk with you about any of the issues that we've discussed. If there's a question that pops up a little bit later and you want to come find me, if I don't know the answer, I will put you in touch with someone who can get you the answer. And I thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you so much, Russ, for that. And now I'd like to introduce our very special guest today. This is Undersecretary Donald Cravens with the Minority Business Development Agency. The National Center is very grateful for the relationship that we have with MBDA and grateful especially for your attendance here today. The 2021 Minority Business Development Act was signed by President Biden, and the importance of that act is something actually that I'm going to let you speak about, but it was a big step forward in terms of the work that we believe in and the work that we are doing. Undersecretary Cravens has an incredible bio, and I can only touch on the highlights today. He has served in elected positions in Louisiana. He has worked with nonprofits like the National Urban League. His list of accolades is really impressive, and I wish that I had enough time to share all of them. The MBDA, the Minority Business Development Agency, provides all kinds of training, technical assistance resources, and the program that brings us here today is the the American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian project, and through this initiative, we are able to provide you with our services, our business counseling, and today's event. So with that, let me turn it over to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good, good. Well, welcome to the nation's capital, your capital, and it's an honor to be with you this morning. As my introducer said, I'm Don Cravens, and I'm honored and thankful to be our nation's first Undersecretary for Minority Business Development. And the reason, well, thank you. But I'm thankful to you, because as Chris said to me just a few minutes ago, you all have been making the case to Congress for at least 20 years, and some of you even longer, and to the administrations in the past of why MBDA is important, why we need an agency whose sole purpose is about minority business leaders. And for 50 years or so, men and women like you have been making that case. And so in 2021, Congress had a choice. They could have let MBDA go by the wayside and say, hey, it served its time. It was a temporary agency created by Richard Nixon. It had its place. We don't need it anymore. Or they could have stepped it up and said, not only do we need an MBDA, but we want to make it permanent. We want to codify it, and we want to give it some teeth. And thankfully, they choose the latter. And so I wanted to be here today. And when Chris calls, I'm going to be here because we wouldn't be an agency we are without you and the National Center support and your individual support. As I said, President Nixon created this in 1969, and I think at the point he did it because people of color and our Native and Indigenous people have been crying out for this for centuries. But after the Civil Rights Movement, folks said we need something based upon economics, not just civil rights and social justice, which is important, but we want economic justice too. We're a stronger America when we're a more inclusive America on Main Street. And so President Nixon created this temporary agency, and again, it's been temporary for 53 years, and men and women who I have with me today who worked at the agency, Ms. Woods has been here for 17 years, they didn't know on any given day whether the agency would be there tomorrow. They didn't know if this Congress would fund it, or that Congress would fund it, or this president would keep it. But again, thanks to your hard work, to your efforts, our hard work, we got it passed and we made it permanent. So the act does three things. First, it created an undersecretary. And what's important about that, just to kind of get into that a little bit, is in the leadership of government, you have a secretary of a department. We have a secretary of commerce, Gina Raimondo, who sends her regards. Right underneath the secretary, the second person in charge, the COO of the organization, is the deputy secretary. And so at Commerce, we're very fortunate to have Don Graves, who serves as our deputy secretary. But right underneath the deputy secretary, that third layer of presidential appointees who also have to be confirmed by the Senate are undersecretaries. So MBDA now sits at the same table with the secretary and the undersecretary. My title is just as important as the person who runs the census for the country, the gentleman who monitors NOAA, the National Oceanic Administration, the Patent and Trademark Office, its leader is an undersecretary. Congress could have made me an assistant secretary, which is right below, which is still a very important job. But thanks to the bipartisan group, they made it an undersecretary position. So I'm no longer at the kiddie table. We're no longer in a folding chair. We no longer have to be invited to participate. Brothers and sisters, we are there. And no matter what the bill is, no matter what the topic is, semiconductor chips, broadband, Don Cravens is there representing all of you, saying, and what about my Native folks? What about Native-owned businesses? What about Indigenous-owned businesses? What about Black folks? What about Latinos? What about my Asian American business? What about entrepreneurs of color? How will they participate in this, sir, ma'am? That's why it was important to make us a permanent agency and to give us some teeth with an undersecretary. The second thing the act did is we want more Chris Jameses of America. We want to do more. We want MBDA to be bigger and bolder and stronger and better. And so the act has given us more money. We haven't gotten the money yet, but it said to Congress they need more money. We want them to have more centers. We want them to provide more technical assistance. We just allocated $1.2 trillion in infrastructure, right? how do indigenous folks and Native Americans and people who have been unserved and left behind, how do they participate? They don't want you to just build charging stations. They want to build the electric charging stations. They don't want you just to fix the highways. They want to come in and do the highways. So how do you do that? Well, you have a stronger MBDA, because we know that is our sole mission. And so the act requires us to build regional offices. So Chris, we'll have more people in the regions helping our business centers succeed and thrive. The act calls us to build rural centers. Why do I like that? Because I'm a country boy from Louisiana, and not only have I seen that many of our minority communities are left behind in rural Louisiana, but you know who gets left behind in rural Louisiana? My tribal nations get left behind in rural Louisiana. So when I go visit my friend Marshall Parite in Louisiana, it's out there. He's doing the best he can, but what could he do if he had more resources to the federal government like the MBDA? The last thing that the act does, and so Undersecretary, we want more centers. The last thing the act does, ladies and gentlemen, is it says that we want MBDA to be the voice, the clearinghouse of all things minority business related. And that's why I wanted to be with you this morning, is because I need your help if I'm going to be the voice for us. I need your help. I need you to help provide me the information. I need the stories. I need the vision. I need the help. I need you all to tell me what is wrong, what is right, what's working, what's not. We cannot miss this once in a generation, for some of us, a once in a lifetime opportunity with this infrastructure that's coming through in the next 10 years. We cannot afford to miss it. You can't afford to miss it. Your children can't afford us to miss it. Our grandchildren can't afford us to miss it. And the only way we'll do it is if we're working together, we're being intentional, and we're being strategic. Now, let me tell you some good news. I work for an administration that gets it. From day one, President Biden issued an executive order about equity. And I will tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, I've been in government for a little bit. I'm 50. I've been around. I'm not too old, but definitely not young anymore. I have never seen this type of emphasis on making sure that everything we do is inclusive. Now, we still got to get there. I'm not here to tell you we fixed it, obviously, but at least it's being talked about, and it's being sourced. Everything we do at the Department of Commerce and at the other departments that I've been working with, equity is a driving. It's the beginning, not the end. That's why it's so, I was going to say fun, but it's so cool to be at the MBDA right now. Because again, we're not being invited, we're being invited. I'm not just showing up, we're being invited. Just this year, and I've only been on the job for 8 weeks, we've signed a memorandum of understanding with Pete Buttigieg, Secretary Buttigieg. He called me. He didn't call my boss, his peer, Secretary Raimondo. He called MBDA. He said, there's no way we're going to be able to put out all this infrastructure money in transportation, do it right, if we don't have MBDA at the table. This is what you do. So he invited us and the Small Business Administration, and we have a memorandum of understanding that we're going to go in regions as they roll this out, and we're going to talk about these issues and see to it that there's some intentionality to make sure that people of all makes and models of America have an opportunity to participate if they so choose and are qualified to do so. The Department of Energy, they're calling us. We need MBDA. There's going to be a lot of energy investment in the infrastructure bill. Can MBDA help us be intentional in what we're doing? Heck yeah, we can. We'll be right there. It's what we do. I'll tell you another exciting thing. The Department of Treasury called MBDA and said, we got $100 million. We want to see that more Native and other people of color, that their businesses have access to private equity. Because as you know, it's hard to get private equity. It's very hard for women and people of color to get private equity, venture capital dollars. Treasury says, we want to do something about that. You know what, MBDA, you probably the folks who can do the best job with it. We're going to give you $100 million, and we want you to come up with a program that will help get people of color, business owners of color, ready so they can be more attractive to private equity and in turn be more prepared to do some of this infrastructure work. So ladies and gentlemen, in the next couple of weeks, very soon, I'll be reaching out to Chris and to many of you, and we will be talking about the launch of the State Small Business Credit Initiative Technical Assistance Program. And we're going to come up with a cool name. We're working on it. Felicia, you're on the clock. I need a cool name. But what will the program do? We will fund, it will be a grant program, so it's typical, like what we do at MBDA. We're going to fund centers like the National Center that provide incubation or acceleration. We're going to be looking for centers that can get a business from 50 to 100, probably. Some may be 0 to 100, but really businesses that are on the cusp, that are almost there, they just need that push. They need that spark. Because we don't have a lot of time, ladies and gentlemen, to do this work, to get them there, right? Infrastructure money is rolling out. Broadband, that stuff's coming. The states are working on it. So we're going to be launching this new program, this $100 billion program, and we're going to look across America for centers, for innovators, for incubators who can provide technical assistance to get people ready. So I'm excited about that. MBDA has never had $100 million in our budget, ever. So it's not only important that Don and his team get it right for America, but it's also important we get it right for MBDA. So we can say we're ready. We're a real agency now. We're a real boy, right? We're not Pinocchio. We're not a puppet anymore. And so we're excited. There couldn't be a better time in our nation's, in our nation's history in some ways, but definitely in our generation's history to be in this space. But we're going to need your help. We're going to need your wisdom. We're going to need you to participate in the program. We can't launch these programs and you just don't even apply. And the other thing I'll say to you is this. You're going to hear from a lot of government people over the next 2 or 3 years who are going to be talking about infrastructure and broadband and all these things. And I see people's faces sometimes because some government bureaucrats, or we're not the most articulate, and it goes over people's heads, and I see your eyes, sometimes you gloss over. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. This is never going to happen again. That we're going to invest $1.2 trillion in us, not in another country to provide aid or relief, in us. This is our domestic Marshall Plan that we have been asking for since World War II. Please don't let it gloss over you. Please don't miss out. Please don't say it's too hard. That's why you got Chris. That's why you have the National Center. That's why you have us. Let us help you. But don't miss this opportunity. Don't miss this opportunity. It's why elections matter. It's why leadership matters. It's why our citizenship matters. It's why the struggle that many of you in this room have been a part of, it's in our DNA, matters. Let's not miss this because it was just boring or hard or tough. If it's hard or tough, tell us so we can unhard it, right? We can make it easier. We can provide webinars, we can, as I said, we can eat the elephant one bite at a time. That is what MBDA has to do for you, but I can't do that if you don't help us. And so I am excited. I am fired up. I hope you hear it and see it. But it's a tough job. Systemic change is hard. You all know that better than anybody else probably in this country. But you're here, and you're fighters, and you're strong. And that's very much what MBDA is. There would be no MBDA without your community being a very strong part of that. And so I'm proud of the work that we do with you all. And I'm proud to be here as we honor our Native American Heritage Month. As I was telling Chris, we are the most diverse agency in the federal government. We got everybody working at MBDA. But we also are intentional in honoring the culture of our country at MBDA. We don't take that for granted just because we all happen to be people of color or not. We have white folks too, right? But we honor, we intentionally talk about the work we do and the people we serve. So we don't take our communities for granted. And so it's an honor to be here. And it's a pleasure. And I'm honored to work with Chris and the National Center. We want to be more intentional about that work. We want to step it up. We're going to work to make our center stronger, better, more accountable. We can get better. We agree. We can even do more work. But we're just proud of that we're still here after 53 years. And we're stronger and better and more intentional than ever. So I hope that this is a beginning, that this was an introduction. This will not be the last time you see or hear from me. If you need us, we are here for you. We are your agency. Our mission is very simple. If you read the Minority Business Development Act that created us, it's only 80 pages. It's worth the read, believe it or not. There's a lot of things in the act that you could find beneficial. But the first lines of the act is the Minority Business Development Agency is sole purpose, its sole mission is the growth and global competitiveness of minority businesses. What a wonderful mission. What a wonderful job that I have, thanks to you all and the good Lord and members of Congress and President Biden. I'm so honored to be the first, but I damn sure don't want to be the last. And so we're going to build a great foundation with your help so that when your granddaughter is the 14th Undersecretary of Minority Business Development, she can say, boy, old man Cravens, Ms. Woods, Mr. Bellon, they did a great job of establishing a foundation, and it's stronger now than it ever was. And so, again, I need you. I need your help. MBDA needs you. But I promise you we'll be there for you. I'll wrap up by saying this. For so long, our communities, your community, my African American community, Southern African American community, we've been hearing help is on the way. We've been praying. Oh, help is on the way. It's like Charlie Brown in the football. Like I say, it's like a good but sad episode of Good Times. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. We're going to make it. Brothers and sisters, help is no longer on the way. Help is here with the MBDA, and we're permanent, and we're here to stay. So thank you all very much for letting me join you this morning. God bless you all, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you. Absolutely, I'd be honored.
Take the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Dawn Poole. I live here locally and partial free to flying tonight.
Very good, very good.
But here's my card. I would love to be part of the collaboration. I live here. In 2012, NCAI passed a resolution that would be very helpful for you of all the problems within MBDA. Yes, again, 2012. And since then, it hasn't. Yes, yes. So I think it would be wonderful for us to. Yeah, I will. I can do it tomorrow. But I need a card.
Yes.
Or your.
You know, I would love that.
Okay, that'd be helpful. And then I met your new, not yet appointed, Sean. She's going to look at the conference now.
Okay.
And she's.
Yeah. Yeah, she's on your Thank you.
I'd be honored. I'd be honored.
Anyways, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Give us 2 seconds for the photo op. I'm getting your image up now.
Okay.
Yep, working on it. I just got to get this to recognize real quick.
Thank you.
From current slide or from beginning?
It is. I was about to say.
You got me ready?
There's that for you.
All righty, thank you so much. Thank you, Undersecretary Mr. Cravens. Next up, we have Crystal Pierce. Chris is with our American Indian Procurement Technical Assistance Center, and she is going to be our next speaker and discuss PTAC and the services offered. My name is Yvette Fielder. I'm a program director. I'm Hidatsa Mandan and descendant of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, and I work out of the Mesa, Arizona home office. Chris?
Thank you, Yvette. I'm so glad to be following Mr. Crawford because my professional life started 53 years ago in a congressional office, the year that President Nixon announced his executive order. The following year, an organization from Los Angeles called the United Indian Development Association was here in Washington, D.C., unbeknownst to me, was here in Washington, D.C. And in 1972, when MBDA started granting funds to organizations to provide business and economic development, technical assistance, and training, then UIDA, United Indian Development Association, was among the first grantees. Of course, the United Indian Development Association in 1989 became the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. So the National Center has been with MBDA for all 53 years of its history. And I've been there too. I do not have a clan among the people, so I'm not enrolled in my tribe. But my ancestry is Oneida, Onondaga, and Seneca from New York, from what is now New York. And my office is, as you'll see, is in Liverpool, New York, which is Onondaga territory. And my father grew up on the Onondaga Reservation. Many people ask me, what's the big deal about American Indian entrepreneurship? And my answer is, you're looking at it. Housed, clothed, raised, fed, schooled by an American Indian entrepreneur. My father and his brother went into business in the 1950s. as residential general contractors. Of course, public contracting at the time was not open and available to people of color. In 1964, we got the Civil Rights Act. We got what they called Title X public contracting. In New York State, the unions wanted to stay in public contracting. That meant they had to start opening up to minority contractors. And my father got into public contracting. And so often people say, well, when did you start in government contracting? I said, do you count breakfast and dinner? And so I'm happy to be here to talk about readiness and sustainability. That's really the key to any kind of business development, but particularly for procurement and technical assistance. I work for the American Indian Procurement Technical Assistance Center that is hosted by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. PTACs were created in 1986, and the National Center was there. And the reason I know is I was there. And so here's another program intended for small business, and because of our involvement, Native American small business, that the National Center has been a part of from the beginning. Get this right? We provide business consulting services, training, technical assistance to Native American firms. With regard to public contracting, we work on government contracts not only at the federal level, but state, local, and tribal. The basic requirements of becoming our client is that you are American Indian, Alaska Native, or Native Hawaiian, you own 51% of your company, and that you're for-profit, because the contracting side of federal contracting is for-profit. The PTACs are funded in part by the Department of Defense under a cooperative agreement. And actually, it became official on Monday. They went public with the news that the PTACs have moved. We used to be in the Defense Logistic Agency, a sub-agency of the Department of Defense. We are now in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. We've moved upstairs. There's no further upstairs we can go. And that became official on Monday. We're also going to be changing our name along the way. We're going to be called Apex. But more news about that later. The general format of the PTAC is not changing. So we'll go through that. Oh, I'm going to keep going the wrong way. The National Center covers the way the Native American PTACs are organized. We're organized by BIA regions. And we cover 3 regions: Eastern, Southwest, and the Navajo region. And so if you're a business operating in one of the 33 states within those 3 regions, you are welcome to come. And if you're not, I handle the Eastern region. I'm that big star up in New York that's getting 20 inches of snow right now. Our headquarters is in Marietta, Georgia. And we have, if you're not in the Eastern region, I'll be happy to connect you with either the Southwest Regional Office or Navajo Regional Office. If you're not in those BIA regions, please get a hold of me. I'll be happy to connect you with the other 6 operators who are Native American PTACs. I'm going to get this right yet. This is our staff. Our leader is George Williams. He works with the senior office manager out of our Marietta office, which is with Lockheed. Mabel Tsosi works in our Navajo office. We have Adolfo Vasquez and Stan Sams, who have offices in Albuquerque and then in Centennial, Colorado. They handle the Southwest region. George, myself, and our newest staff member, Chris Johnson out of Louisiana. Thank you to the Tunica Biloxi tribe. We've opened a new office in Louisiana, and we handle the Eastern region. I've been serving the Eastern region for the National Center since 1991. I know a lot about our region and the opportunities, the government contracting opportunities in our region. And of course, I cover here in DC. This is how to reach our main office. And again, if you don't know who your PTAC is, you can go to this link. You'll see a map, and you'll see where you can check out the state, or you can check out the Native American PTAC that serves your area. So enough about us. I'll admit some of you are far advanced in this presentation. This is more for people that are beginners or intermediate. And we're going to talk about why get into federal government contracting, how do you know when you're ready, where the training and technical assistance is available, how to develop a plan of action. So many people bounce from contract opportunities to contract opportunity, and they call me and they got 2 weeks. Oh, this is set aside for a hub zone. Okay, you're not going to get hub zone certified in 2 weeks' time. It's not going to happen. Or for the new bipartisan infrastructure law, you're not going to get DBE, Disadvantaged Business Enterprise, certified in 2 weeks, because that's going to go through your state Department of Transportation. So you have to have a plan of action. You have to be ready for the opportunities. And then finally, how do you grow? You get one contract, well, guess what? If you're going to be a long-term government contractor, you got to get the next one and the one after that, and you're going to want to get bigger and bigger ones. And subcontracting may be the way to go. It may be start with your local government and work your way up into, many people are like, oh, well, I need past performance. Well, guess what? The feds will look at comparable state contracts. They'll look at comparable subcontracts as past performance. I will get this, yeah. Why do business with the federal government? Well, it's the biggest buyer in the world, and they do buy everything. But you got to do a lot of research on who's buying what you're selling. In 2021, these figures came out last July, so they're the latest figures we have. The government awarded $154.2 billion with a B, or 27.2% of federal contracts to small business. Now the goal is 25%. They exceeded goal. Now the goals are actually negotiated, so for some agencies there's more small business opportunity than others, and it's because of the nature of the work. And so that's one of the things you need to learn about. Is your company ready? Does the government buy what you sell? Recently, I was approached by a gentleman who does custom roasting of coffee. The biggest consumer of coffee in the federal government is the Bureau of Prisons. They are not buying custom ground, and they buy by the ton. So you really have to know, does the government buy everything? Yes, but they may buy it in quantities that you can't possibly match. Do you have any contracting experience? I don't discourage people who come to me when they've opened the doors of their business, but I've tried to give them a little guidance on how to get a couple of years of experience contracting in the commercial world or locally before you try to take on the US government. Can I help you get the information you need to work locally? Are you capable of fulfilling a government contract? Again, can you handle the quantities? Can you handle carry the contract financially? The government tends to pay when the work is done. Can you carry a government contract for the length of that contract and wait for that payment? So a lot of times I refer people to their resources in their local area and, to get some general business and some business finance, which the PTACs can't help you with, but can we get you to the right people who can help you answer these questions? And do you know where to find contract experience? There's two ways to get contract experience. Hire it. That's what a lot of companies do. Or you're going to have a plan of action to grow into it and get that government experience. And again, it makes some sense to have a couple of years of commercial under your belt, or a couple of years of local under your belt, or a couple of years of subcontracting under your belt before you try and take on, a full federal government contract. So what I'm going to do is give you some ideas about a plan of action. Let me do this. I'll take a moment. All of my current clients, please raise your hands. They will all tell you about me and plans of action. This is how I counsel. It's your business, it's your contracts, it's your plan of action. Take ownership of it. Let me help you create that plan of action so that you can work it down the road and grow in that world. And that, to my way of thinking, is what the PTACs are about. And I've been there since '86. So this has been my business for a lot of years. So please reach out to the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. We can help you determine if you're ready for business. I have a lot of clients who come to me when they're already certified 8A and saying, I got 9 years to figure this out. It would have been better if you came to me 9 years before so that we could plan for that 9 years, because believe it or not, 9 years in the 8A program, it's over. 2 seconds flat. We can help you register in all the proper places as a local contractor, as a state contractor, as a full federal program contractor. We can help you register with the big primes that are looking for you and be ready for subcontracting opportunities with them. We can help you assess if you're eligible for the small business programs. Now at the federal level, you have the government-wide SBA administered set-aside programs, 8A, Hub Zone, woman-owned, and service-disabled veteran. I actually have a client with all four. So one of the things I tell people is, are you eligible for one or are you eligible for more? Indian lands are automatically hub zones. Census has nothing to determine there. Indian lands are hub zones. So if you're a tribal enterprise, 8A and hub zone, why is it important to maybe have both? Well, the 8A program says we want you to have 2 years of experience in business, but what they really mean is in government contracting. Well, if you're hub zone and you get your 2 years of experience, because hub zone doesn't require that experience, and then after your first 4 years, you have to start getting non-8A contracts. Okay, all right, we'll do hub zone contracts or non-8A. So again, it's all how you plan out the future of your business. We can help you research past contract opportunities. You know, who's your competition? Can I show you what kind of contracting they've done? Who's that prime you're looking at? Can I tell you the kind of contracts they've got? We can help you look at past contract opportunities. We can help you identify future ones. Okay, there's a 8A contractor in this position. They've got this contract. This is coming up for recompete. Are they still going to be 8A when it recompetes? Okay, if they are, and you can contract 8A right up to the moment you graduate. So you may have some carryover business. So even though you're not technically 8A, you still have 8A contracts. And if you know, in the last month of your certification, you get a Basin 4, you're an 8A for Basin 4. So you could be in the program 5 more years. But the other thing is if you're relatively new to the field and they're going to be 8A with a recompete, mentor protege? You know, can I become a protege of somebody who eventually is going to graduate and I can start working on the current contract? But the idea is to come up, with the help of the PTAC, can we help you come up with a plan of action with objectives that are executable, that will advance you through your government contracting? So here's a little tighter look at the steps. The initial assessment is, you know, does the government buy what you sell? And that's one of the first things that I'll ask a client, okay, what are you planning to sell to the federal government? And I have had clients, anything that the government is buying, I'd love to sell. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, can you send me your resume? Can we look at what you've actually done in the past? Have you provided services? Have you provided goods? You know, this is a growing experience. That's the cool thing I like, because I grow businesses. I grow them from small to medium to large. We can help you identify your industry codes. I spoke last night with one of my clients, Sam. She updated her SAM registration, and Sam got back to her and said, oh, that's an old NAICS code. You need a 2022 NAICS code. She says, okay, how do I know what a 2022 NAICS code is? Well, the Census Bureau actually designates that, so we got her the information. Federal supply codes and products about prime contracting. But there's also any other than small, they don't call them large, they say other than small, any other than small business that has a contract in excess of $250,000 has to have a small business plan. The government agencies flow down their requirements. So are they looking for 8As? No, because that's a prime contracting program, but they're looking for small disadvantaged businesses. You mean I don't have to be certified to subcontract? No. Are they looking for hub zones? Yes. Do I need to be certified? No. You simply have to prove your business is located, be able to document to the prime that you're located in a hub zone and 35% of your employees reside in a hub zone. Woman-owned. The certification is for prime contracting. Self-certification. Now, do they like you to have the certification? Of course. They want the third-party endorsement of the SBA. And so we walk you through the steps of getting certified. Now, it's the same at the state level. I work with 27 states, and I actually know how to do all 27 because I've been working so long with them. But you register as a vendor with your state, and then you also can look at the certifications. Christine told you about North Carolina this morning. But we also work, this is geared toward the federal. We look at your eligibility. Like I said, I have a client with all four, and we planned it out. She just got 8A. She had all the others first. Just got 8A. So we go through, are you eligible? How do we position you? Because this is all about positioning. You're positioning yourself in the market. You're positioning yourself for limited competition on prime contracts. Because that's really what the set-asides do. It limits the competition. Before you're certified, you are eligible to bid on fair and open or small business set-aside before you do any certifications at all. One of the primary services of any PTAC is bid match services. We put a profile of your company in our bid match. We actually pay the subscription to a bid match service. We put a profile of your company in our bid match service, and every day you get an email with bid matches. And then you can also choose, I just want federal, I just want other than federal. We also have the capability of doing international bids through our bid match, but I can't help you with international. You want to talk to Kaya. You can get the bid matches from me, but she can do the technical assistance on that one. And then it's an ongoing inform and educate. And this is where I would encourage you to network with my clients about inform and educate is what we do. I don't try to give you everything, including the kitchen sink. I give you what specifically is needed by your plan. Are you a construction firm? Are you an IT firm? If you're IT, are you doing something specific within IT like cybersecurity, which is a big new field? But we literally will inform you, and if you need some education, we'll get it to you about who your customer is. Because knowing who your customer is the most important thing. If you know your customer, then you and your customer can figure out. So I have clients who get SOWs in advance because the agency wants them to bid on the opportunity. The agency has grown. Now, contracting officers are risk adverse. You heard this morning that banks are risk adverse. Guess what? Contracting officers are too. I don't want any trouble with this contract. So you want to build trust. You want them to know you. You want them to trust you. And I've even advised clients, you might want to talk to that contracting officer if he's got any micro purchases. At the federal level, that's less than $10,000. They don't have to advertise it. They just have to be able to get at least 2 bids. It's usually a request for quote, and they go to who they know. They go to who they know. But every single one of those little micro purchases is a federal contract. Ooh, performance history. Plus, you're gaining the trust. I trusted that person with a $5,000 contract. Now I've got a $25,000 contract. I'm going to reach out to them, and it grows exponentially from there. You want to integrate this plan of action into a public sector marketing plan. And you want to integrate your public sector marketing plan into the overall marketing plan for your company. Now, here's a decision. There are companies that are exclusively public. The only customer I care about is the government. I don't want a private side. Or it's a mix of public and private. And so you need to make these decisions in advance, because I do have clients that have a commercial side, and the commercial side deals more with a small business development center or a center funded by the Minority Business Development Agency that can do commercial and general contracting. And so that's the other thing I do. If I can't do the work, I don't just say, go fish. I try to find you that pond where you can do some fishing. And then the basic of a business plan. For those of you who are in the 8A program or planning to go in the 8A program, you're going to have an annual business plan that has to be submitted. So basically, these are the things you're going to have to address in the business plan. And we can help you with all of this. Now, that includes joint ventures and partnerships. That includes mentor-protege agreement opportunities. And some of these are SBA programs, and some are actually directly with an agency, especially mentor-protege. Although usually if it's with an agency, like Department of Transportation right now is going to be very big because of all this cash that's coming down from the bipartisan infrastructure bill. You want to make sure that you've anticipated a big splash of cash. You might need somebody else to help give you the capacity and or the capability to handle that contract. You need to have a retention strategy. You don't want to end up, I just finished a contract, I need another contract. No, you should have thought about that probably 6 months to a year before. And then also you have to have financial projections of what it's going to cost to get to your goal. And so that's it. I know they're holding you. You're going to be going to lunch. Here's my contact information. Again, please, I'm happy to take anybody's call, and if I need to redirect you to someone else, I will. But if I can become part of your government contracting team, I'm going to be here today and tomorrow. So feel free. I'm also staying right here at the hotel, so I won't be disappearing this evening. Please reach out to me. I always tell my clients, keep me busy. I get in trouble when I'm not. So thank you for letting me be here, and thank you for being a part of the continued history of the National Center with the Minority Business Development Agency and with the Program for Technical Assistance Program Centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. I think Chris knows everyone and everyone knows Chris, right? When she had everybody raise their hands for who's a current client, right? It's a lot of the room. So thank you for that. And as she mentioned, she's available. So we are, of course, off schedule. I'm sure that you will forgive us for that. We were very excited to have Undersecretary Cravens join us, and I hope you'll agree that it was worth getting a little bit off track to do that. So it is time for lunch. Lunch will actually be available adjacent to this room. You are welcome to bring your food back into here, to use the space out there. But we would ask that you come back to this room within about 20 minutes or so, because we will have a lunch speaker. If you had a special request, if you need a vegetarian or a gluten-free meal, both of those options are available, but you have to ask the staff. They will grab it for you. So enjoy your food, and just make sure you wander back in here in about 20 minutes. If you're not done eating, you're welcome to continue finishing your lunch in this room. Thank you so much.
Oh. Sorry to interrupt everybody's lunch, but I'm going to introduce our lunch speaker. My name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff here at the National Center, and I get the pleasure of introducing Lillian Sparks Robinson. She is a member of the National Center Board, and she's also owner of her own company, Wopila Consulting. So, here's Lillian.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you so much for that introduction. And I know it's always so hard to come in and speak while people are in the middle of eating and catching up and trying to answer their emails and figure out the rest of their day. But I'm going to do the best that I can. So as mentioned, my name is Lillian Sparks Robinson. My Lakota name is Wanakshnawi, which means flower woman. I'm a member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe and the daughter of Leroy Sparks and Georgia Brushbreaker Sparks, who reside in Baltimore, Maryland. My father has passed, but my mom has remained in Maryland. And the granddaughter of Lillian Poor Thunder Bad Hand and George Brushbreaker of South Dakota and Thelma and Vernon Sparks of Maryland. I introduced myself to you in that way because that's the way I was taught, that's the way I was raised, and that's how you're able to determine also if there are family members in the audience, because I often meet relatives, especially when I'm outside of the DC area, and let folks know who I am and where I come from. So I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland. I moved here for a little while in DC, but I still live in Baltimore with my husband, Corey, and our 8-year-old son, Connor Robinson. Remember that name because I predict one day he's going to win the Heisman or Defensive Player of the Year or something along those lines. That is his ultimate goal. So. Well, I said, I want you to be president. And he said, no, that looks too hard, and you have to say hi to people all the time. And I was like, yeah, that's true. You do have to say hi to people. So I am a owner, business owner, small business owner, and I also have the opportunity to represent a number of Native-owned 8A companies through the work I do with the National Center here, as well as with the Native American Contractors Association. And so I grew up, again, in Baltimore, Maryland, which is a ways from my tribe, which is based out of South Dakota. And my mom and dad did their best to make sure my sister and all the cousins that were sent out to us every year had a deep understanding and were completely grounded in our cultural values, in our Lakota ways, our traditional ways of life. And had an identity of being a Lakota, even though I'm also African American. My mom made sure I knew who I was as a Native woman as well, because she knew it would be difficult for me living outside of our Native community to be able to make those same types of relationships. And so I'm proud to be able to say that, the work I've done has always been steeped in tribal policy and in tribal politics. And always in the public sector, but now I'm in the private sector. And I didn't think I'd ever be here in this place. And the reason being is that, growing up, you have all your ideas of what it is that you want to do, and your thoughts about where your life will take you. And so growing up in Baltimore, I always excelled in math and science and just thought that would be my path. And so I entered Morgan State University, which is a small HBCU, or actually it's not that small anymore. It was small when I went there, but it's really big now. Located in my hometown of Baltimore on a full scholarship for engineering. And I spent my first 2 years, really just digging in deep and trying to get a great understanding of the concepts that were placed there and the theories and all of the formulas, but it was not loving the work that I was doing. There's very little interaction that was happening. And so my junior year, I switched to political science and always had a love for just how are laws made, how are policies done. My high school sent me to serve as an intern for the General Assembly in Maryland my senior year. And so I had an opportunity to see it firsthand, how it was done at the local level. And so I thought, well, I always enjoyed it. Let me go back and see that. So political science was my major. And when I graduated Morgan, I knew that I wanted to continue my education. And so I applied and got accepted and moved on to Georgetown Law School. And when I entered law school, my intention was to be a criminal defense attorney. And that's because one of my professors at Morgan was also an attorney, and he always used to say, for those of you going on to law school, criminal defense, you'll always have a client, especially if you stay in Baltimore. And so it just rang true with me. I was like, well, I don't plan on doing a whole lot, moving anywhere, so this would be great. But when I graduated law school, I returned again to my first love, which is policy and advocacy and legislation, and graduated knowing that I wanted to work on behalf of Indian country in that particular field and in those arenas. And so, unlike my other law school counterparts, I didn't graduate with 5 job offers. I didn't graduate with any job offers because I wasn't putting my name out there until I knew exactly what it is I wanted to do. And I took the bar, and I remember there was someone who recognized, or someone that called on me, an Indian attorney in DC. He knew the bar was that week. He called me that Thursday, hey, how do you think you did? I said, I think I did okay. We talked about it. He said, well, there's a Native American Bar Association meeting happening next week. You should come through. And so he said, I'll introduce you to the Indian law community in DC. So I attended that meeting, and as soon as I walked in, he introduced me, and someone else recognized me and said, yes, she just graduated law school, and she's looking for a job. Aren't you looking for a job? I said, I am. And she said, well, and that's what we're here for. We're, Indian lawyers. We have a responsibility to the new Indian lawyers coming up. Let's let her know of your resources. So someone had mentioned, well, NCAIED, I believe, is hiring. They're looking for a ledge association, if you like legislation and policy. And I just thought, like, immediately, bingo, this is where I'm supposed to be at this time, here, now, in this room with these folks who had since gone on to become mentors, colleagues, and people that I've been able to brainstorm and really talk about the difficulties of navigating Washington, D.C. politics, tribal politics, and then our own little community politics as well. And so from there, I remember the weekend came, and I was a very competitive fancy dancer at the time. And so we traveled all over, up and down the East Coast, dancing at Powell's. In fact, someone recognized me earlier today, and from 20, well, I said 5 years ago, she said 30, but from dancing, and someone recognized me from that meeting and just said, hey, weren't you at our meeting? Aren't you looking for a job? And I said, yes, I am. And she said, well, that's Jackie Johnson. She's the ED. You should go introduce yourself. And so I went up, introduced myself to Jackie. She said, here's my card. Call me on Monday. I called her on Monday, told her what my experience had been thus far. I told her what I was hoping to be able to do, what my goals were career-wise. And she scheduled an interview for me that Wednesday. And then on that Friday, she made an offer for my first job ever out of law school. And so I share that story to tell folks it's really important to make sure that you have a clear sense of what it is that you want to do, what your end goal is, even if you don't know the path on how it is that you're going to get there. And I was able to really rely on my faith over my fear to be able to get me there. And I credit having a strong sense of who I am as a Lakota woman as well, and knowing my traditional and cultural values to help guide me through those times when I was doubting whether or not this was the right fit for me, and then really being able to clearly process what was happening and then moving forward. And I think that all of us can be able to do that. We can lead and we can succeed with our cultural values and our traditional ways, and using that as the basis for the work that we do. So my company, Wopula Consulting, people always say, well, what does that mean? What is Wopula? Well, if you're a Lakota or a Sioux, you know that most people just say, Wopes or Wopula or Pilamia, and that means thank you. It's a way of just saying thank you. But Wopula is actually much more than that. That's the most formal way you can thank somebody, and it's an expression of gratitude. I guess if there's a way to put it in English, it is our most highest expression of gratitude. And I named my company Wopula because I was so grateful for all of the experiences and all that I've done this far to get me where I was, and the sacrifices that were made that I couldn't even see or understand or would ever be able to fully comprehend that others made, just so that I could be a small business woman. And our goal is to be able to give back to the community, to get to a place where we can create a foundation where really the profits and proceeds are used to support communities and young people and old people and all people who are in need and who are just looking for some additional and extra assistance. But in the meantime, we're doing still policy work and subbing on numerous government contracts. And again, not necessarily where I thought I'd be, given that I started out in electrical engineering, then moved on to criminal defense, and then finally found my way to lobbying, legislative advocacy type of work. So at NCAI, I was able to work for a few years on a couple of areas, really gain my experience and the wisdom that I needed to understand how to better relate to people, how to better translate the work that's being done so that people on the Hill could understand what our community needs are, what our economic development needs are, and how it is their responsibility to be able to help us, to help shape what it is that would impact generations long after I was gone, done, and retired from this particular type of work. And I say that because our 4 cultural values that WOPULA is founded on, but that also have guided my life and my career when I look back, are wisdom, bravery, fortitude, and generosity. And so I always say I started gaining wisdom, not in a weird, elder way where I can impart it to others, but really just the knowledge that's going to be the basis for how I move and operate forward. And I learned from so many people who were official and unofficial mentors at that time, and got a chance to do things like spend 2 weeks at the time in Geneva, Switzerland at the United Nations, primarily because no one else wanted to go, but it allowed me to be able to sit in rooms with national leaders and see how our United Declaration Rights for Indigenous Peoples was being developed, what those negotiations behind doors and on the mics looked like. And I used that experience to really think about what is everyone's perspective and what is it that everyone can gain from that. So from there, I was recruited to join the National Indian Education Association as their executive director. And I initially declined the request to submit my name because I didn't think I was ready. I didn't think I was had enough experience. I never managed staff. I never managed a budget at this time. I'm still in my mid to late 20s. And a friend said to me, Lillian, you know, as Native women, when someone asks us to do something, we have a responsibility to honor that request, especially if it's helping you. And when she said that, just a light bulb went off because she was also applying, but she didn't see me as her competition. She didn't see me as someone that she was trying to knock out of the way. She saw me as her friend first and someone who could possibly lead this organization. And so I applied and was offered the position to lead the National Indian Education Association. And I was, scared, beepless, and because we're being recorded. And I really just did not know where to begin at first. But once again, I had mentors that came in and swooped me under their wing and shared with me how to draft budgets, how to manage to a budget, how to evaluate staff, how to create programming, how to make sure that your organization is making the most of its members, and how you're able to leverage that into policy. And while we were there, we were able to pass the Esther Martinez Native American Act. And so for me, it was an act of bravery to be able to move forward and command rooms and command convention centers and command an audience on the Hill that really addressed the needs of our most vulnerable population, which are our youth and our children living in tribal areas. From there, was nominated to be the Commissioner for Administration for Native Americans at Department of Health and Human Services. Senate confirmed political appointment, and was, again, doubting whether or not this was where I was supposed to be. Did I have, the experience? Was my resume strong enough to actually see this through? But at this time, I knew what it take to push through that fear. And so my fortitude kicked in terms of understanding the strength that I needed to be able to answer these questions, to have someone dig, in my background, which was not, crystal clean, to have people ask me what I thought about very controversial issues. I had enough faith in myself that I've done this much so far, and if it wasn't meant for me, then I was okay with that. And just having that fortitude to move forward when times were tough, I think really allowed me to be able to move into that position. And from there, I knew that would be the last time, though, that I would be working for someone else, The goal for me at that point was when I left my appointment that I would start my own business and that I would work for myself. And no one in my family is an entrepreneur. And so I didn't have a model, but I knew that I could do this if I just worked hard enough, if I felt like my work was speaking for itself at this point, and I just had to have faith in myself. And so, so from there, we created Wopula. When I say we, because I still think of it as a family business in the sense that my mom and dad impacted so much about how it is that I was going to be doing the work that I was, how I was going to be deliberate about the clients that I chose, how it was that I was going to treat the staff and the employees and make sure that they were valued and they understood that I prioritized them, but I wanted them to prioritize their families. And so how did that all work? How did that come into play? And we talked about, again, what's the cornerstone of the work that we do at Wopula? What is the basis for how we move forward? And we want to make sure that at each time and at each interaction that we are somehow taking in and sharing wisdom, that we're being brave with the decisions that we're making, that we will see the tough times through, and they're there. They continue to be there. I say this last year was probably my most difficult year as a business owner. And it's not because business was slow, but there were just so many changes that were happening internally that really humbled me to remind me of, again, going back to the values, going back to my faith, to knowing that we'd be able to succeed and come out still on top this year. And then generosity, that my company would continue to give and support in ways that we could, and that we would continue to share not just financial resources, but we would share our experiences, we would share our resources in terms of our connections, our network, helping to build those relationships outside of Washington, D.C. for our clients, so that way they're not so reliant just on federal funding, but it could also find ways to do some philanthropic partnerships and get some private investors into some of the work that they're doing. And this is what we continue to do at Wopula, and this is how we are able to continue to lead and hopefully succeed by using our cultural values as our basis. That at any time when we start to doubt whether or not we're doing the work in a way that's meaningful, that we reflect on, are we imparting the virtues of wisdom, bravery, fortitude, and generosity? And are we making sure we are leaving much more than what we came with? And at times when it is that we are beginning to doubt whether or not this is the right direction, relying on our faith, relying on the understanding that the work that we're doing was almost preordained by people that came way before us, that our ancestors had worked long and hard to make sure we were in that room at that time, on that day, in that place, and that we just had to fulfill what it is that they envisioned, and that we have to help create that roadmap and that path for the next generations coming up after us. So that way when they're in their classrooms, or they're in the boardrooms, or they're in their community centers, or whatever their career path is, that they know that they have had the work of all of us here in this room help hopefully support and uplift them so that they can be in there comfortably and confidently and successfully. And so for us at Wopula, I always say, we lead with our values, and then we let the work speak for itself. And I encourage you to do that as business leaders, as business owners, as you might have been in business for 10 years and you might be looking to recalibrate and think about what it is that you're going to do next. Or maybe you're switching, from one sector to the next. And think about what your own cultural values are and what your tribe and your traditions and your ceremonies, where they have brought you to this point in your life. And reflect on that and allow that to guide you on your next chapter, your next journey, as well as allow you to hopefully, again, share your wisdom, be brave in the decisions that you make, continue to press on with fortitude, but most importantly, be generous. Be generous with your time, with your heart, with your resources, financially when you can, and just what you've learned so far. And I thank the National Center for allowing me to, you know, visit with all of you here today, for allowing me to continue to serve on the board. I'm not the treasurer anymore. That was a brave step for me, actually, because if anyone knows me, I don't like, I love money, but I don't like dealing with money. And so I don't like managing it. I have to do it. It's hard when it's especially for other folks. And so I took a leap of faith on that, and had great mentors, and you know, our board chair, other board chairs, with our own president, and have thankfully passed that on to someone else who has the time to be able to do that. I just share that with you because every day I'm learning, every day I'm challenging myself, every day I'm asking myself to do more and to do better than I've done before. And I think that's why I've been able to press on, and why opportunities have, I haven't been afraid to create opportunities for me. I won't say that they've been there. I say I try to create the opportunities, because you can't wait for anything to fall in your lap. You have to go out there and go after it. But again, I just call on you to reflect upon what it is you've learned throughout your life, what your experiences have been, and allow that to confidently guide you to your next goalpost. So thank you. I won't be here much longer. I do have to run off, but I'll be here probably for like the next 20 to 30 minutes. And I'd love to just, you know, connect with you and learn more from each of you as well. So take care.
Thank you so much, Lillian. I just want to emphasize something that she said, which was when she prioritized faith over fear. And I think that when we are making these big transitions, whether it's getting your first job out of law school, opening your first business, or expanding, these are scary things to do. Change is hard, there's risk, and it's better, I think, to acknowledge how scary it can be, and to call on the various resources that we have available to us to help us manage that fear and move forward in spite of it. So thank you so much, Lillian. I really appreciated what you said. Okay, we'll take just a very brief intermission while we get set up with Mr. John Shiraka. So if you'll give us just a moment or two, we'll be right back with you. Thank you.
Do we have
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what.
Whatever you like.
Whatever pops up.
Yep.
For December, not DC, December.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me know the specifics. Let me know the specifics, like for hotel. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Yes. Hi, guys. So why don't we go ahead and get started? First of all, I want to thank the National Center for having this event, having me here this afternoon. Some great speakers today, so the bar is high. I hope I don't disappoint. And a shout out, obviously, to Chris James as well. Knew him and have worked with him since my days at the SBA with Chris James. He ran office. I was responsible for the federal government small business set-aside programs. So when you think about the 8A program, HUB-Zone program, service disabled, women-owned, all those fell under my umbrella office. Did that for a period of 7 years. Prime and subcontracting, mentor-protege joint venture, negotiating goals with agencies, all the various federal small business set-aside programs. So I thought, and first of all, thank you for Chris earlier. Great presentation, a lot of information in there. Thank you. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of that. I have slides. I generally tend to keep them as a guide, but I like to sort of follow the audience and what you guys are interested in hearing and what can be beneficial for you guys. A lot of times we have folks that are just starting off in federal contracting. We have folks that are more mature and are interested in sort of the trends in federal contracting and what's going on in the marketplace. Sometimes we think about, and Chris mentioned this, the mentor-protege program and the joint venture program, which is an excellent way to sort of leverage your partner's experience and yet, you know, build capacity and build past performance. How many folks do we have that are currently federal contractors? Ah, good. Okay, how many 8A companies? Excellent. HUB-Zone? Pending? Okay. Woman-owned? Okay, and service disabled? Thank you for your service. I know you always hear that, but we really appreciate it. Okay, it looks like we have a lot of firms that, you know, are in federal contracting. How many folks have done mentor-protege joint ventures? A few. JVs? Okay. Also, I think what Undersecretary Craven sort of talked about, the infrastructure funds, the trends that he mentioned with sort of the administration and casting a broader net, I think those are really important to sort of talk about and discuss what does that mean for us, right? I mean, a lot of times when I was in government and even after leaving government, we talk and look at, you know, a certain policy came out or a certain regulation is going to change. And those updates are good, but what does that mean for a small business government contractor? Before I went to government, my dad had started a federal contracting organization back in the 80s, and I helped run and manage that for about 20 years before I went into the Small Business Administration. And then I was there for 7 years through the Obama administration. So, you know, real quick, I mean, I guess overall, you guys have, we've talked about this. Many of you are federal contractors, so you know this. Obviously, federal government, largest buyer in the world. If you are in the private sector, leveraging or expanding your portfolio into the federal sector makes a lot of sense, right? 23%, the federal government exceeds the 23%. You have the 5533, which is small disadvantaged 8A, women-owned, service disabled, and HUB-Zone. How many folks are looking to get 8A certified? Okay, so maybe we'll talk a little bit about that. How many folks have already submitted their application and are waiting? None. Okay. 8A? Okay, good, 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 good. So, and then the other thing I'll say is I like to keep it conversational, right, and interactive. So feel free to raise your hands, ask questions, keep the discussion going because that's more useful. And Yvette has a microphone in the back. So feel free to raise your hands and keep it conversational. As you guys know, all these programs are now front-end certification programs, right? It used to be women-owned with self-representation. That came into the SBA, and it's full front-end certification. You can get third-party certified, but you still need to do the full front-end certification. HubZone is full front-end certification, 8A, and for service disabled, as you guys are probably aware, it used to be front-end certification at the VA. If you wanted to work with the VA, you had to get front-end certified. That program used to be self-representation for everywhere else across the federal government. That recently changed, and now you have to be front-end certified as an SDVOSB. That program is being launched by January of this year at the SBA, so it's all being transferred over to the SBA. They just issued a policy with respect to sort of grandfathering folks in for that first year because they're going to get inundated with applications. So beginning January 23, presumably they'll click, the on button on that system and you can begin getting certified at the SBA, but they've sort of grandfathered folks in to the program. I do want to talk about, and Chris mentioned this, but there's some things on here, even as mature federal contractors, we don't often do. And, again, I used to do federal contracting in my previous days, and a lot of times didn't necessarily focus on data analytics, right? And focusing on marketing. How many folks, especially those of you that are doing federal contracting, look at what used to be a federal procurement data system, which is now USA Spend? How many folks look at that and analyze it to see who's buying what you're selling, as Chris was talking about? Okay, so it's really important. I mean, a lot of folks, especially as you're entering the federal marketplace, the PTAC is a great resource, and we help clients with this as well. A lot of folks will do a shotgun approach, right? It's like, hey, who's the closest base to my facility, or who do I know at a particular agency, or do I have a prime sub relationship and I can leverage that? That's part of the story, right? Because you certainly want to leverage those relationships, that past experience, and those connections. But it's really important to figure out who's buying what you're selling. And Chris was talking about historical data, right? USA Spend, or the underlying data, is actually Federal Procurement Data System, and it still exists. It's Internet 1.0. It's not very user-friendly. You can use FedMine and other third-party tools. They charge a lot. I'd use USA Spend initially, actually, unless you're generating a lot of revenue and you want to use Bloomberg Government. But it's really important to figure out who's buying what you're selling. And I always give the example of, I always just say widgets, right? Who's buying the most widgets? That can be done by NAICS codes, North American Industry Classification codes. That can be done by product service codes. It can be done by keywords. What we try to do is sort of a combination of all three, right? Because you don't want a whole bunch of noise in there either. But then the question becomes, well, if there's $1 billion at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, right? Let's say I do my analysis, Wright-Patterson comes out first. That's the first slice, right? There could be one contract for $1 billion. That doesn't help me. I'm not going to get $1 billion contract. So it's really starting to drill down into that and say, okay, where are there a plurality of opportunities of what the government is buying that's relevant to my background and experience. And as you start developing those opportunities, I'd pick 5 or 10. And then it's, how are they buying it? How many folks are on a GSA schedule? Okay, how many folks have a GWAC? Okay, so, and we'll talk about this about trends, right? GWAC, and I throw out acronyms, I apologize. It's, having been in government, you get used to that. but just call me out. Government-wide acquisition vehicles, right? So the federal government is implemented, unfortunately, since when we were in the federal government, category management. And category management meant, let's set up these vehicles, let's buy on volume, let's bring down the prices. Oh yeah, we'll meet our goals, but we'll do it with fewer companies and we'll bring down our prices. We always, when I was at the SBA, objected to that approach because you were now getting your goals by using 10 small businesses as opposed to 1,000. But you need to be aware of how the federal government is buying. So let's say, go back to our example, right? It's Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. There are thousands of opportunities, about $1 million each to get to that billion, if that's the right math. But what if, when you look at it, they're buying off the schedule, the GSA schedule. They're not one-off contracts, right? So then the question is, am I on that schedule? Is it worth it for me to go out and hire someone or figure out how to get on the GSA schedule? Or as you look at it, you might figure out that a lot of the buying happens under one of the government-wide acquisition vehicles or one of the category management vehicles, which is OASIS, Alliant, CIOSP4, one of those. So then the question is, well, how do I get on that vehicle if I don't have it, right? What are the hurdles as a new entrant to be able to get on that vehicle? Or who has that vehicle that I might be a good subcontractor to because I bring some subject matter expertise. I might bring some connections or networks at that particular agency or past performance that's relevant to that prime contractor. So it's really doing the homework and analysis with respect, not just the highest dollar volume, but is there a plurality of opportunities? How are they buying it? And then, are they setting it aside for small business, right? You can analyze, are they friendly for 8A set-asides? Are they friendly for hub zone set-asides? Different buying activities tend to favor one set-aside over another, depending on what they're comfortable with. Obviously, the 8A is sort of always the easy button for contracting officers, especially close to the end of the year. How many folks are familiar or know the distinction between the sole source authority and the 8A program versus all the other socio categories? Okay, a few. So in the 8A program, this is important. Why people think sort of the 8A is the golden ticket, which, by the way, as Chris said, I wouldn't get your 8A until you're ready because it's a 9-year program and you don't want to waste the first 2 years figuring out how to take advantage of it. But the 8A program has a very unique sole source or direct award authority. A contracting officer can basically award directly without competition up to the threshold without writing a justification and approval, right? So $4 million, I think it's 7.5 now for manufacturing. That's very unique. And so they come to the end of the year, they get into the fourth quarter. Government, unfortunately, and I never liked this, they don't spend their money. They're afraid that they're not going to get next year's budget because for whatever reason, the government doesn't say, oh, great work, you saved us money. They say, oh, you didn't spend your budget, we're going to cut your budget for next year. So everybody wants to spend their money at the end of the year, right? So you come through July and get into August and September, contracting officers have a very abbreviated time to award contracts. Sole source is an ideal tool to use at the end of the year. So if you sort of track this at the end of the year, you have significant sole source awards. And it, again, up to $4 million, no justification and approval. In the other socio categories, let's say hub zone, service disabled, woman owned, there are sole source authorities, but they're very different. The contracting officer has to write a justification and it has to be approved by the head of contracting activity. So they can do a sole source. Chris mentioned this, contracting officers are risk averse. They don't want to put their neck out on the line and write a justification and get it approved because they have to prove that this is the only hub zone, this is the only woman-owned, or this is the only service-disabled company that can provide this product or service, right? Now, when I was in government, and even after leaving government, sometimes we'll work with contracting officers to make that justification because technically the contracting officer can be creative, right? They can say, well, this is the only woman-owned small business in this jurisdiction that can provide this product or service. Or this is the only HUBZone firm with this past performance that can provide this product or service. So they can be creative, and we've seen some of our clients be really surprised by they were tracking a project, they were the incumbent, they felt they were going to get it, and then all of a sudden it was sole source to a woman-owned small business company. And so it does happen, it can happen, but it's much fewer and far in between as opposed to the 8A sole source awards. And then real quick, as far as anything on this so far, so Chris talked about this, right? So historical data is really important, analyzing it. One thing I didn't mention, so when you start looking at this, right, the historical data, it's not only the prime award opportunities and potentially 8A expiring contract or HUBZone expiring contracts, and is the incumbent graduated from the program, so is this low-hanging fruit? It's also an analysis of who your competitors or potential partners are, right? So when we do this, when you look at the widgets being bought at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, you're going to see, you know, who's winning these contracts, what size contracts are they winning, when is it going to expire? Because if you just wait for the awards or opportunities to come out on SAM, 9 out of 10 times you're sort of behind the 8 ball, right? Because your competitors have been tracking this probably for the last 6 to 12 months. And they've probably had conversations with the agency. They've probably met with the buying activity and the contracting officer. They've probably even put their proposal together and their teaming arrangements. So it's really important. It's good to follow SAM, right? You'll see the opportunities come out, but it's really important to track them 6, 12 months ahead of time, and then also look at agency forecasts to sort of develop your pipeline and a strategy for that pipeline, right? Any questions so far? Yeah.
The slide before here. The slide before this one, I think Chris mentioned, I'm sorry, that the 3 socio categories, she's mentioned those are negotiable. Is that something that can be influenced?
Yeah. So that's a great question. So yeah, the SBA negotiates goals with agencies every year. Now, the 5533s, generally the SBA will just negotiate those flat out across all the agencies. The 23% is where, depending on what the agency buys, the SBA will negotiate different goals. So when I was responsible for the program, as an example, the Small Business Administration buys a lot of stuff that's small business friendly. So their goal was 74%. Department of Energy, not so much, right? They buy nuclear facilities. Their goal was like 11%. It used to be, and this is something we should bug MBDA about and the Small Business Administration, there used to be a dashboard that was created to track each agency's goal and its performance against that goal on a real-time basis. Now, the scorecard comes out at the end of the year. If you haven't seen it, you can go to SBA scorecard. You'll see each agency's performance and goals. But there used to be a sort of a live tracking, real-time tracking of that, which was really helpful because you could see which agencies were having trouble meeting their goals. The 5533 is across the board, but the 23%, like I think DOD is like, their goal is 21.5%. SBA is 74%, Department of Interior or Department of Labor is like 42%, but it's different from agency to agency. Yeah. Any other questions? No? So how many folks that are current federal contractors go into SAM and the link to Dynamic Small Business Search and update their profiles regularly? Okay, a couple. How many folks are aware that when you have a SAM profile, you also have a Dynamic Small Business Search profile? Okay, a couple. So that's really important. So when you start SAM, right, to get to work with the federal government, it asks you a whole bunch of questions. And a lot of folks don't realize this. When it determines that you're small, it actually opens up a subset of a file for you in Dynamic Small Business Search. GSA doesn't own the Dynamic Small Business Search. It's actually an SBA tool and database. It's important. A lot of folks get done with SAM, and they're like, wow, that was painful. I'm just going to leave this alone till next year. But Dynamic Small Business Search, you can upload past performance, corporate quals, those types of things. And the system of record for contracting officers is Dynamic Small Business Search. So we're going to talk about keeping contracting officers and buying activities accountable to going small. But one of the tools that contracting officers use to build up a file for set-asides is DSBS. So if your DSBS profile, Dynamic Small Business Search profile, isn't updated regularly, and by the way, our staff tells me that that link is currently broken on SAM and GSA and DSBS, but they'll fix it. And there is a way to get into DSBS through a general login system, GLS SBA system. That's also painful, unfortunately. But contracting officers go to DSBS. We have clients that'll go in, and the other part of it is, it's like Internet 1.0, right? When a contracting officer does a search, the companies that last updated their profile come up first. So we have clients that'll go in and put a little period at the end of a sentence, take out a sentence, do it at least quarterly. But we have some clients that do it even more than that. But it's important to update and make sure you understand what DSBS is and keep it updated. So like if there are searches, and keep it relevant, right? So we've had clients where it was construction work in Fairbanks, and the DSBS search the contracting officer was doing was, is there a construction company that has experience working in this kind of weather and environment? So if they do that search and you don't come up and you really have that experience, they're not going to call you, right? Any other questions? There is a subnet. We talked about the prime contractors having to subcontract, and a lot of times that's a sort of an entree into the federal marketplace, being a subcontractor. There is a database, subnet, last one on here, and these are available. We'll share these with the group. There is a database that SBA is responsible for. It's called Subnet. It's not updated as much as it usually should be, but prime contractors who are having a tough time meeting their subcontracting goals will go in there and put opportunities. So it's at least worth looking at it or for it. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So just to clarify, when you update, it could mean just changing a word.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it puts you at the top of the list.
Correct. I mean, I would encourage you as you go month by month and you have new past performance or capabilities to go ahead and update it so that you come up on relevant searches. But as long as you do a minimal update, it keeps moving you up the search list. That's correct. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about this. The only thing I want to sort of clarify, we've talked about North American Industry Classification Codes. Folks always used to ask me when I was responsible for the program, how can 1,500 employees be small, right? Well, that's ship, I want to make sure I say this right, it's shipbuilding, right? So 1,500 employees in that industry is actually small because most of the companies have like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 employees. In IT services, 37.5 million is small. In professional services, it used to be 17. I think it just went up to 21.5. So it depends what industry, right? And obviously, when you apply to a certification program, like the 8A program, you have to be small for your primary NAICS code, right? Or the HubZone program. You have to be small for your primary NAICS code. When you bid on an opportunity, every opportunity solicitation has a NAICS code assigned to it. So you have to be small for the NAICS code assigned to that particular opportunity. It used to be a 5-year, no, I'm sorry, it used to be a 3-year look-back period. So average revenues, 3-year look-back period. Congress changed that because sometimes there would be a spike and you'd have a really good year. All of a sudden you're graduating from the small business program. You only had one good year. Then you couldn't pursue set-asides. So Congress worked with industry and actually made it a 5-year look-back period, which was implemented in 2020. And then just this year, if you're employee-based, meaning manufacturing, it used to be a 12-month average. Now it's a 24-month average. The one thing that I'd say on NAICS codes before we go on to the next slide, and you guys tell me if you have any questions. The one thing that I'd say on NAICS codes is oftentimes NAICS codes can be subjective, I guess I'll say. How many folks have had an issue on a NAICS code on a requirement that was released? Yeah, yeah. Because what will happen is it's a little bit subjective, right? It's supposed to be whatever the preponderance of the work is, because not all the work is potentially just one industry. However, contracting officers, and I don't have anything against contracting officers because they have a lot on them, right? However, contracting officers sometimes do what we used to call NAICS shopping, right? So let's figure out, you know, we want a bigger pool of participants or potential bidders, or a smaller pool of participants or potential bidders? Or do I want to make sure someone's in, or do I want to make sure someone's out? And so selectively picking a NAICS code in order to sort of frame the requirement. Now, you can certainly protest, and none of us at our firm are attorneys, by the way, but we've worked on all these programs. You can certainly protest a NAICS code prior to submission of the proposal. However, if you have a NAICS code issue and you feel that legitimately it wasn't selected correctly, I'd reach out, and we'll talk about what a PCR is, a procurement center representative, or I'd reach out to the small business director and express your concern, because they can get involved and sort of talk to the acquisition folks to make sure that an appropriate NAICS code is being selected. One thing I forgot to mention, how many folks, and I apologize, I have a little bit of attention deficit disorder, so if I jump around, bear with me. Stepping one step back. So when you guys do your market research, right, the guys that said, I do federal contracting, how many folks engage with a contracting office once they identify their opportunities? Okay. How many folks do it with a program office? Okay. How many folks do it with a small business specialist that covers the buying activity? Okay. So it's important to do all three, right? A lot of folks will look at the acquisitions and say, hey, I can see who the contracting official is. Well, it's good to know the contracting official, but those guys are just executing a requirement for their customer. Their customer is a program office. The program office has the money, has the budget, they have the requirement, they get the contracting official to execute against it. And the contracting official then follows all the rules, like, wait a second, I have this goal, I have category management goals, so this is the best solution that I'm going to pursue. Oh, by the way, I'm not meeting my 8A goal, so I'm going to set this aside for 8A. So it's important to know your program office target, your contracting office target. But then a lot of folks forget the last leg of the stool, right? Every agency hasn't, well, I shouldn't say every agency. By statute, Small Business Administration doesn't have to have an OSDBU. Every agency has an OSDBU, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. Some agencies call it Office of Small Business Programs, right? For larger agencies, you have OSBP, like a DOD. Then you have an OSDBU at Army, Air Force, Navy. And then you even have small business specialists at the buying activities. Now, those guys are responsible for them meeting the goal. And you remember when we said we established goals up here? They all trickle all the way down to the buying activity. Like, when we used to establish a goal for DOD, if it was 22%, DOD would say, oh, okay, Navy can't get that high, so you guys go 17. Air Force, you guys can't get that high, you go 20, but Army, you're going to have to hit 30%. So on the average, we'll hit the 22, right? And then those guys filter it down to all their buying activities. And the buying activity has a small business specialist. And that small business specialist is going, wait a second, how am I going to meet these goals? So they're doing industry days, they're doing matchmaking, they're advocating for set-asides. It's important to know who that small bit, once you come up with your top 10 or top 5, it's important to know who the contracting official is. It's important to know who the program office is, but it's really important to know who the small business office is as well. And when are they having industry days? Because then the large primes are there too, trying to meet their subcontracting goals. When are they having matchmaking? Are they going to be at RES? Not to promote RES, but it is a great event. And the National Center, is it in April? Okay, so matchmaking at RES, are they going to be there, right? Do I want to get in front of them? Are there items on the forecast that I want to talk with them about? So it's really important to use all 3 legs of the stool consistently to sort of pursue the opportunities that are in your pipeline. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I've been trying to get a hold, Jake Long. So I've been trying to get a hold of the small business specialists at military installations in the Carolinas. And they're, at best, an email or a phone number is on the website. All of the phone numbers are no longer in service, and all the emails bounce, or it's somebody who's moved on to another position. How do I find those people?
Great question. So it's important to identify the folks and keep track of all the legs of the stool, right? It's not easy, though. It's sometimes really difficult. So what I would do in that instance is go one layer up in the chain of authority, right? So if we're looking at, and I don't know what the base is, if it's Camp Lejeune or one of those in North Carolina, all of them, and none of them are responding, I'd go up one level because, I'd go back up to the OSDBU and ask for points of contacts at the bases that you're looking for. And there are always, so the challenge really had been that during the pandemic, there was no in-person events, right? And there was a lot of virtual events. And then there was a lot of changes, and then a lot of things weren't updated. And that's kind of consistent across federal government. But yeah, I would raise it one level to the OSDBU and ask for the points of contact. And sometimes it's really hard because they get, hundreds of emails, right? But being persistent is important. And then the other part of it is, if you're not able to get to them that way, figure out where they're going to be, like at a matchmaking or something, and get to them that way. But yeah, sometimes it is hard. I agree. Any other questions? Okay, so how many folks know what the rule of 2 is? Okay, how many folks know what a PCR is? Okay, so how does set-asides occur, right? And this is really important when we talk about sort of our community keeping government accountable, right? These are sort of tools to make sure that that happens, because there's oversight capacity on buying activities. When we talk about the federal government having a goal of 23% and then the 5533, by the way, we'll talk about the Biden administration's initiative to increase the 8A and small disadvantaged business goal, right? Because they've increased it significantly. But when we talk about all that, there's some oversight mechanisms. The easy one is everything below the simplified acquisition threshold is automatically reserved for small business. Now, that's a good place for the new entrant or smaller firms to get a foothold, right? Because SAP matches SAT. So what does that mean? Simplified acquisition procedures are used for acquisitions below the simplified acquisition threshold. So right now it's 250. It used to be 150. COVID CARES Act raised it, I think, to 750. It's gone back down to 250, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, under the Obama administration, we tried to raise it up to 500,000. For whatever reason, Canada objected. To this day, I still don't know why Canada objected, but the Office of Trade Representative called us up and said, you can't do that. However, this administration is considering raising it up to $1 million. So $1 million would be awesome, right? Because everything below $1 million would be reserved. So I used to not be able to say this, but if you have congressional contacts or the House Small Business Committee or the Senate Small Business Committee, Chris and I talk about this all the time, we should push raising the simplified acquisition threshold to $1 million. Everything below the SAT is reserved for small business. If you're seeing, now, we used to track this, by the way, too, agency by agency. Some agencies are really good. They hit like 93%, 94, 95%. Some agencies are really bad. They hit like 75%. There are reasons why they'll never hit 100%, right? Because I always think about this like a Cisco license. You can get it from Cisco, probably nowhere else, but it's probably under $250,000. So they're going to have to go to Cisco or like Microsoft. So there's reasons why they won't ever hit 100%. But some agencies really do well and some do poorly. But everything below the simplified acquisition threshold is reserved for small business. If you're seeing requirements not get reserved or go other than small, I would raise that. And who do you raise that to? You raise it to the procurement center representative. And we'll talk a little bit about that. But everything below the SAT also follows the simplified acquisition procedures, which means you're newer to the federal procurement landscape. Your procedures that you have to comply to and the process of bidding is also abbreviated. So it's a good place to enter the federal marketplace. So that's the first one. The second one is the rule of two. So the rule of two says that if there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, not the best price, at a reasonable price, then you shall set it aside. And in government speak, shall means you have to. It's not you may set it aside, it's you shall set it aside. And so it's incumbent on the contracting officer to do market research and to prepare their acquisition file to demonstrate if they're going to set it aside or not. And DSBS is somewhere they go to do their market research. So if they go into DSBS and they say construction, sub-zero weather, and you haven't updated your DSBS profile, they can say, oh, there's no 2 small businesses, so we're not going to set this aside. Now, who oversees that process? The SBA, and there's another office that I was responsible for, the SBA Procurement Center Representative oversees that process, right? So the PCR works for the SBA. They oversee every buying activity across the country. Now, the challenge is, and there's another thing we can talk to our congressman about, the challenge is that there are tens of thousands of buying activities all around the country. When we were at the SBA, under this particular office, I started with 219 PCRs to cover all the buying activities. When I left, there was 119. Today, there's less than 60. So if you can imagine, less than 60 PCRs covering all the buying activity. And every requirement that doesn't get set aside for small business actually needs the signature of a PCR. It's a Form 2579. Government likes their acronyms and their form numbers. 2579. So what happens a lot of times is, we talked about NAICS shopping, right? What also happens is PCR shopping. So you have a requirement coming out. You don't really want, and I love contracting officers, don't get me wrong. They have hard jobs. But you really don't want this to go set aside. So you get your file ready. Your PCR goes on vacation. I don't know where to send it to. I'm going to send it to the PCR out in Guam. And the guy in Guam is so overworked, he's like, I don't know, I'm just signing this off. That guy's on vacation. So if you see requirements not get set aside that you have done a sources sought response to, right? And you guys know what sources sought is, right? If you've done a sources sought response, if you feel that there's competitors that probably did the same, and a requirement doesn't get set aside, I'd encourage you to reach out to the PCR, because the rule of two isn't being followed. And they have a stick in that, so I'll explain that too. But if you go to SBA and do a search for the PCR directory, you will identify every buying activity and the PCR that is responsible for that buying activity. And to the question you had earlier, if you're not getting a response in this instance from the PCR, then their boss is the area director. And so I'd reach out to the area director. And then the area director's boss at headquarters, which is actually around the corner here, is the director of government contracting, GC, at SBA headquarters. So I'd sort of work my way up that chain if we're not seeing set-asides where we think set-asides should occur. And I'd coordinate that, by the way, with the small business specialist that covers that buying activity. So I would reach out to the PCR, I'd CC the small business specialist, I'd give them the history of the sources sought, your responses, and ask why wasn't this set aside? Did you guys really sign off on this? And then the last thing I'll say on this page before I talk about affiliation, I have no idea what time it is, but someone will stop me, right? I have time. Okay, so the last thing I'll say on that page is, I forget. Sources sought, PCS. Oh, the stick. So the stick is, the PCR can actually stop the acquisition. So the PCR can file a secretarial appeal. Nobody likes it when that happens because nobody wants especially OMB, Office of Management and Budget. No one wants the SBA administrator having an argument with the Secretary of Defense. However, if the PCR feels that a requirement should have been set aside and the contracting officer doesn't set it aside, they can first file a appeal to the head of contracting activity, and if that doesn't work out, they can appeal the secretary. So it's a secretarial appeal. When I was responsible for the program, we probably did 6 or 7 of those. Now, ultimately, the secretary has the decision. So ultimately, the secretary may talk to the administrator and then say, you know what, I hear you, this is really critical to our mission, we're not going to set it aside. But 9 out of 10 times when it went to the secretary's office and nobody wanted it to, we ended up getting it set aside. So that's sort of the stick that the PCR has to sort of do a secretarial appeal and raise the issue significantly higher. And that's when the acquisition files are really scrutinized with respect to the research that the contracting officer has done. Yes, ma'am.
On the sources sought, is there a time frame? Do they have it on the sources sought when that might become live? And how long are sources sought out in the system for? Could it be a day or
good question.
month?
So I think generally speaking, sources sought are out for a minimum of 15 days. However, if contracting officers want to limit responses, they also shrink that, right? And so if it's small business unfriendly, that's something you can raise to the PCR as well, unduly restrictive, right? So if the sources sought is time frame unduly restrictive, or if some of the requirements in the sources sought are unduly restrictive, those are things you can raise up to the PCR as well. Yes, sir.
With regard to the simplified acquisition threshold, say for example an agency wants to purchase a product, the purchase is going to be valued at less than $250,000.
Yep.
I am an authorized dealer for a number of different defense and security related products.
Yep.
I could make the sale of that product to the agency.
Yes.
However, I will not be able to sell it to the government as competitively as the manufacturer itself. But the manufacturer of the product is not a small business.
Right.
What's more important to the government in that case?
Yeah.
To get the cheapest price for the product or to meet their small business goals?
Well, okay, so,
I'm sorry, because I've been told many, many times,
it's the cheapest
hey,
price.
you'll never get this sale to the government because they're going to buy it directly from the manufacturer, and you'll never be able to
Compete.
on the price.
Yeah.
So
That's,
how do I-
that's a really good question. So for those of you in the back that may not have heard that is, you heard it back there? No, okay. So for those of you that didn't hear it is, if you're a representative or a reseller of a product and it's under the 250,000, however, the price that you can offer it to the government may be a little bit higher because of your margins compared to the OEM that would sell it directly to the government. What's the priority of the government? The government always talks about best value, right? And so arguably, small business is the priority under the simplified acquisition threshold. And if they can buy it under the simplified acquisition threshold at a reasonable price. Now, if your margin is 100%, which I doubt if it is, if your margin is 2 or 3%, arguably, small business should be preferred over going outside of small business in that instance. And if it's not, so what I would do in that instance, and I don't know if you've done this and where you've heard that feedback, I would have a discussion directly with that buying activity to see how they're procuring under the simplified acquisition threshold and what their priorities are. They always have, contracting officers always tend to rely or fall back on, oh, well, I'm interested in best value to the government, and now I'm going to have to pay an additional 3%. However, arguably, the small business solution, if it's the same solution, would be preferable because of the simplified acquisition threshold requirements.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
In the past, I've reached out to the manufacturer to say, hey, there's a solicitation out for it. I'd like to bid it, and they tell me, hey, don't bother.
Because they're going to compete against you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they're the manufacturer, and you're
Yeah.
right, I can't compete on the price, but they're not small business and I am. So
Yeah.
how do I
It's so
navigate that?
I would work with the small business specialist at the buying activity and the acquisition staff. I'll give you an example, right? So there's no clear path to that other than trying to work the three stools that we talked about earlier, right? You got to work with the small business specialist. You got to work with the program office to figure out if they're willing, because of the simplified acquisition threshold, to go through a small business, because it's a reasonable price. It's not the best price, right?
Okay.
But I'll give you an example. We worked with a client for the better part of a year to get a requirement set aside where it was Boeing parts, right? We eventually got it set aside because it was ideal for a reseller to sell to the government. There were Boeing parts. They had a relationship with Boeing. It could easily be set aside. Once it got set aside, and this isn't to throw Boeing under the bus, but Boeing called the acquisition buying activity and said, we're not going to sell this to a small business. And they said, well, what do you mean? You already have a relationship with these guys. I said, no, you know what? We like dealing directly with the government. So guess what? The government pulled that requirement out of the small business set-aside program.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's you can work.
I've experienced
That as well.
similar
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I'm Dawn Hool. I'm the owner of Sunsinger Consulting, so I do business development for tribes.
Awesome.
The one thing I guess I would offer when you're talking about sources sought, I had a client that responded and the government didn't know what they really wanted. And so I responded with 8 additional questions clarifying, is this really what they wanted? And then the contracting officer said, oh, no, this is not what we wanted. They pulled it until the next quarter, so then they could get their act together and really understand what they wanted. Because when you're doing new projects, especially on tribal lands or national parks or whatever the project was, sometimes they don't know. And so they're making it up using some older
Requirements.
1900 stuff. I was like, where did she find this language? So push back. I mean, and you can, you know, very kindly say, hey, here's 5 or 6 things to consider. Is this the direction you wanted to go in your sources sought? I mean, and that's how we got the conversation going. So it at least puts you, 1, in the driver's seat, and 2, I guarantee I'm getting that contract when she reposts it because I rewrote her scope of work. I mean, I wrote it, I responded to the point that She just had to copy and paste and created a scope of work for my company, so,
Yeah.
or my client's company, so.
Yeah. No, that's perfect. So
I make it easy for the government.
that's, yeah. Well, I mean, when you think about sort of making it as easy as possible for the government, right? Like even when you apply to the 8A program or the Hub Zone program, and a lot of folks are like, well, they got to figure it out. It's in there somewhere. It's make it dummy proof. Make it as easy as possible for the government. And responses to RFIs as well, like requests for information. Like if you know better, because you're right, they're putting requirements together where a lot of times it's cut and paste. And we did something similar to this before. Let's just put this out there and see what kind of responses we get. If it's an opportunity to educate the contracting officer, then it makes you stand out. Great comment, thank you. Any other questions right now? All right. Yes. Yeah.
The sources sought in RFIs, they don't follow the same parameters as RFPs. So I've turned them in late, and I've got, thank you, you're part of the deal. So I wouldn't say you're not connected to that. I know that you're not, because RFPs have a different mandate as far as timelines.
Yeah, I mean, look, so I think that's contracting officer by contracting officer. I wouldn't encourage you to miss the deadline, but if you do, you may want to go ahead and submit something. But you're right, there's different rules for RFIs and sources sought as opposed to procurements, RFPs, and responses to solicitations. How many folks? Yes, sir.
I'm curious about the Buy Indian Act. There's a lot of hype going on about that, and you haven't mentioned that, or you may have. I may have missed.
No,
that,
I haven't yet. But
and how's that come into play? Because it seems like they're brushing off. There's a lot of hype, especially IHS.
Yeah.
But I just don't see work going to native-owned companies.
Yeah, so that's a really good point. So the couple of things I'll say about the Buy Indian Act. How many folks, how many native entity owned, in other words, owned by a tribe or a Native Hawaiian organization or an Alaska Native Corporation do we have here? Oh, good. Okay. How many individually owned tribal entities do we have here, like owned by an individual? Okay. Great point. So Buy Indian Act was revised and updated and released recently. Department of Interior and Indian Health Services, it's kind of like almost like the VA and Vets First. So they have to look to go native owned first. Department of Interior, so there's a lot of opportunities, and you know when you look at sources sought or when you look at SAM, they're specifically set aside for native owned enterprises, right? And with the infrastructure funds coming out, a lot of it is going to go through Department of Interior and IHS and Bureau of Land and Management. Now, Department of Interior has said that they are thinking about expanding Buy Indian to all their procurements, right? And not just, but that hasn't been finalized. But that's definitely, and that's very similar to the set-asides, but it's unique right now to IHS and Indian Services at Department of Interior. But it's like VA and Vets First. And set-asides occur, and there were some clarifications on sole source awards under Buy Indian as well. The one thing that I'd say is that the challenge for us, and I know this has been a discussion in the community for decades, the challenge for us is that in the 8A program, where state-recognized tribes can qualify for the 8A program, at the Department of Interior and Buy Indian Act, it's federally recognized tribes that are recognized. And so that's a little bit of a challenge. We had a client that unfortunately lost out on an award because of that not too long ago. Yes, ma'am.
Not receive any federal funds and no land is owned by federal government.
If it's federally recognized, it's okay for the Buy Indian Act. But you know, it has to be in the Register of Federally Recognized Tribes, right? As long as you have that and can point to that, then it should be okay for Buy Indian, and for that matter, the 8A program. Okay. At the, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. You can do
Sorry,
it.
John, to take over
No,
your
no, no, go for it, go
but-
for it. I like
but
the
if
discussion.
If you're new to it, there's an actual registration to be listed on their vendor system, and we are talking about BIA. So, and I'm not, I'm not being kind. Follow up, follow up, follow up. I have applied for all of my clients to make sure I was on their list, and then somebody got fired, moved, transferred, whatever, or didn't do their job. Make sure you're on that list and get it's a spreadsheet. I mean, it's really nothing.
It's not like a
It's-
front-end
it's-
certification
no,
program like the
God,
8A
no,
program.
It's just a
right.
spreadsheet. But you fill it out, you make sure that whoever the new person is, and your business is on the list. And it's really easy once you get them to do their job, but.
I think there was one more question.
You had a question about the Buy Indian Act and subcontracting limitations. Has that
Yeah.
changed? I feel like
No.
in terms of at one time, I think you had to have native-owned businesses, a certain percentage of
Yeah,
your
so it's
subcontractors.
similar to so we haven't talked about this, but it's similar to the performance of work requirements on a set-aside, right? So let's say you're a woman-owned small business and you get a woman-owned, now this is a good question because I don't think similarly situated applies to them. But let's say you're a woman-owned small business and you get a woman-owned small business set-aside, right? For those of you that are in federal contracting, you know that the prime is supposed to do 50% of the work, right? Because there's limitations on subcontracting. You got the set-aside. They don't want you to do 1% and then subcontract 99% to Lockheed, for example. So there are limitations on subcontracting. There is the rule which is similarly situated, meaning if your subcontractors are similarly situated, in this case, a woman-owned small business, then together you can count towards that 50%. I don't think that's applicable to the BIA, but I can check on that. That's a good question. Okay. Any other questions? It is applicable to BIA, the similarly situated?
Yep, by Indian Act,
Okay.
it's the Indian economic enterprise has to do at least 50% of the work, but if you're two Indian economic enterprises, it's 100%.
So is it follow the similarly situated rule from the SBA, or is that their internal rule?
No, it's a straight, it's
their
straight just
internal rule.
IEE, or if it is set aside to ISBEE, and that's where it could get sticky.
Because you both have to do it.
IEE, Indian Economic Enterprise, isn't necessarily small.
Yeah.
But to meet the SAT, BIA and IHS put out contracts that are for ISBEE. Then you have to make sure that you're both ISBEE if you're going to, if you're going to have a subdue more than 50%.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But remember, so you're going together on it together, it would probably be smart to have a joint venture agreement.
And we'll talk about joint ventures. Yep. Any other questions so far? How many folks, especially those that are in federal contracting, are familiar with the term affiliation? Okay, a couple. Okay, so this is important, and I don't bring this up sort of to scare folks, but it's really important to be aware of because you're subject to protest, right? Affiliation can occur. So we talked about small business. You have to be small for your NAICS code that you apply under. You have to be small for your primary NAICS code. Affiliation can occur. So for us, or those folks that are familiar or comfortable in the private sector world, there are all sorts of things you do. Let's say you have common management, or let's say you have common facilities, or common owners. Let's say you do a whole bunch of joint ventures together with one company over and over and over again. One of my favorite ones is, and when I was at the SBA, folks would tell me, don't tell that story. One of my favorites is when I was in federal contracting. I mentioned, my dad had a firm. We used to do professional services. A lot of times we'd go after small business set-aside contracts, right? Now, we talked about doing 50% of the work. I was like, yeah, we can do 50% of the work. But we had like a Deloitte, or at the time like an Arthur Anderson as a subcontractor. And I'd say, yeah, we'll do 50%, but you know what? They can find the staff, they can write the proposal, they can help us manage it. At some point, that's going to be called ostensible subcontracting. It means that you're overly reliant on a subcontractor. So that's also affiliation. So what SBA is going to say, affiliation in and of itself isn't a bad thing, right? They can find you affiliated with another small firm. They can find you affiliated with a large firm. But what they'll do is, if you get a size protest, they're going to combine your revenues to determine if you're still small. Now, in our case, if someone would have protested and say, wait a second, you're unduly reliant on your subcontractor, they would have combined the revenues, and guess what? We wouldn't have been small anymore, so we would have gotten kicked out of that requirement. So affiliation is important to be aware of. Like, for example, and we'll talk about mentor-protege and joint ventures, and I know we're coming up to half an hour. We'll talk about mentor-protege and joint venture because they're really unique tools to be able to excel in this current marketplace. But you can do a small-to-small joint venture, right? And remember, I apologize, I said I'd jump all over the place. I'm going to do one of those. You can do a small-to-small joint venture. And remember, the 51% owner of that joint venture, the size and status flow from the 51% owner. So let's say you're a woman-owned and you have a partner that's an 8A, maybe even a tribal 8A, right? You could do a joint venture and the 51% owner's status flows to that joint venture. So all of a sudden now you have a joint venture entity, it's a legal entity, 51% owned by the tribal small business, it's a tribal 8A. It can go after unlimited sole source, right? It's small to small. Now, if you did JV number 2 and then JV number 3 and a huge source of your revenues were coming from those JVs, you get protested, the SBA is going to say, you guys are affiliated. And now they're going to combine your revenues. Now you might be other than small. Now you're going to not only get not that contract, but you're going to be on DSBS as other than small until you fix your problems and go back and ask for a review of your size. So that's one. Another one I'll just throw out there, again, something that doesn't often come to people's mind, is if you have one source of revenue, right? So when I was at the SBA, we were encouraging folks to come in and get 8A certified, right? There was an SDVOSB, had done work as a service-disabled veteran for a long time, had been pretty successful. Came in, went to the 8A office, they looked at his application, they said, oh, wait a second, 90% of your revenues are coming from one source. Sent it over to the size office. The size office said, oh, wait a second, you're other than small. You're not getting 8A certified. But guess what? You're no longer small or SDVOSB either. So the firm came into the SBA hoping to get 8A certified. They left the SBA getting all their certifications and their small business size decertified, so to say. So it's just something to be aware of and cautious with respect to affiliation. Not to scare you, but a lot of times you'll have like common ownership, common management, common facilities, brothers and sisters in the same industry. You just want to be aware of that. What we always tell our clients is keep it as, business is ugly, right? You're going to do joint ventures. You're going to have common management potentially. You're going to have prime sub relationships. Keep it as clean as possible. Business is ugly, but try to keep it as clean as possible in case of a size protest. And you know, you can self-represent with a clear conscience as long as, in your opinion, you're meeting all those requirements. Never self-represent knowingly something that's false, right? Because that's when you're going to start getting in trouble. But those are just certain things to be aware of. Any questions? No? Okay. So, oh, yes, ma'am.
Thanks. So is that a suggestion to hire an attorney?
Depends. I don't want to encourage spending a lot of money, right? But it's important to know when to ask the right questions, right? So I'm not saying you have to have, if you have a messy situation where you have a lot of common ownership or common management, then yeah, I would probably want an attorney or an advisor to look at that and write an opinion on it. Make sense? Okay. So how many folks are currently in the 8A program? How many folks are looking to get in the 8A program? Okay, we'll do this real quick because I do want to get to mentor protege. So the 8A program, obviously we've talked about the unique ability to get sole source awards, right? Tribes have additional unique abilities because they can have an unlimited number of 8As and they can strategize that and have them in multiple industries. And their sole source cap is unlimited. They have to write a justification and approval, or the contracting officer has to write a justification and approval at $25 million for civilian agencies and $100 million at the DoD. So they really have access to unlimited sole source opportunities. Yes, sir?
How often do those sole source awards hit those caps?
So that's a really good question. So it used to be, and this happened at 2000, so it used to be no justification and approval was ever even needed, and before 2010. And so Congress was like, well, that's a lot of sole source. I mean, there was some $100 million, $200 million contracts going to tribal 8As. In 2010, I think it was the 2010 Jobs Act, the JNA was implemented, and we saw what we called sort of a chilling effect. So those above 100, or at the time, they're both civilian and DoD was at 20, and then it went up to 22 and a half, then it went up to 25. So there was a chilling effect. But, you know, we see, there isn't like tons of them, but we see 20 million tribal contract, $30 million tribal contracts. We've seen some $110 million tribal contracts. So, but that'll mean that that subsidiary isn't going to remain small for that long. But that's the thing with tribes, right? You can early graduate or voluntarily withdraw from the 8A program, but then you can have 8A number 2, 8A number 3, et cetera. So yes, those do happen. When I was at the SBA, we used to do sort of a study of how many contracts are sort of the entity-owned firms getting and how much, as opposed to all the other firms. And it wasn't, you know, it was significant, but it wasn't, you know, detrimental to the program significant. And by the way, the one thing that I'd say is, and I used to get this question all the time, oh, it's not fair, you know, they get unlimited sole source, they can have multiple 8As, but the one thing I would always say is, you got to understand it's a program for an entire community. It's not a program for an individual. The 8A individual program is for one person. These programs are for an entire community. So yes, do we want to make sure that the benefits flow to the intended community? Yes. Do we want to make sure that it's, you know, to the extent possible, a sort of a fair level playing field? Yes. But the 8A program for tribes, NHOs, and Alaskan Native corporations is unique and different. It supports entire communities. And then the last thing I'd say is that the Hill has looked at this about increasing potentially the sole source threshold for individual 8As. So it's been $4 million for quite some time. At one point, there was discussion and even made it in a bill to raise it up to $20 million. There was a lot of pushback from the Native community and the Alaskan Native community because that would really be too competitive with where they play. And again, quite frankly, those programs support entire communities. The thought process now is, does doubling it make sense? So instead of the 4 million threshold, does 8 million make sense? So it hasn't been quote unquote right-sized for a long time. Does it make sense to right-size it? Any questions so far about what I mentioned on the 8A program? Okay, so for those of you that are in the program, you know it's a socially and economically disadvantaged program, right? So you have to meet socially disadvantaged. They are the presumed categories, Native American, Hispanic American, African American, Asian Island Pacific Islander. And then there are, you can get into the 8A program by the preponderance of the evidence. So we had, when I was running the program, and we have clients that do this too, is if you're a Caucasian female, right, but you're in the construction industry or the IT industry, you can demonstrate by the preponderance of the evidence that you've been discriminated against in your industry. And it's not enough to say, hey, I was discriminated. you kind of have to connect the dots, right? I was discriminated and it prevented me from getting a proper education, or I couldn't get financing for my business, or I didn't get a promotion, or my business didn't get the jobs that others would have. So you have to be able to connect those dots to prevail. The one thing that I'd say about sort of the current environment in the 8A program, there is a backlog, right, at the agency. And now you're bringing the CVE program in, and Jackson will be here. I'm sure he'll speak to it. Great guy, great agency. I love their mission, but they keep getting more work thrown at them without any additional budget. So there is a backlog. Now they're bringing the CVE over, and that's just going to create more of a backlog. You have the Women-Owned Small Business Program that has a backlog. So it's a challenge. However, now is an ideal time because, as the Undersecretary said, there's a significant push to throw in and cast a broader net, right? So they're looking to increase a number of 8A companies in the portfolio. They're looking to make sure that the companies exist to meet the increased goals. The goals went from 5% to 11% last year when we talk about 8A small disadvantaged business. Now, 11% was a little bit of a cheating, right? Because even though the goal was 5% for 8A small disadvantaged business, the federal government usually hit 10 or 11% when it comes to 8A and small disadvantaged. Why? Because that's the easy button. But now that it's going to increase to 12 or 13% this year, 14% next year, and 15% by 2024, now you're thinking about, wait a second, do we have enough companies to help the federal government meet these goals? So one, obviously, tribal entities become very attractive because you can give them a large sole source and you can hit your goals. And then, obviously, the more firms you have in the portfolio, the better. So now is a good time, actually, to be looking at these programs and applying to these programs. So we talked about socially disadvantaged. Economically disadvantaged, if you're an individual, you have certain thresholds. You have your AGI, average gross income, has to be less than 350. Your net worth has to be less than 750,000, and your total assets has to be less than 7 million. Now, net assets, you take out your primary residence, your business that's applying, and your retirement accounts, right? So is that below 750? When you look at total assets, you throw that all back in, you can still, and this was a recent update in the rules, you can still exclude your retirement. Is that above 7 million? So if you can meet those thresholds as far as economic disadvantage and you're socially disadvantaged, you can look to apply to the 8A program. It is a front-end onerous certification program. They're going to look to make sure that the disadvantaged individual owns and controls. Controls means, yes, you own 51%, but it also means that your minority partner can't overrule you in any instance. There can't be any unanimous consent provisions, or I should say, there can only be unanimous consent provisions in extraordinary circumstances. So your minority partner shouldn't be able to control day-to-day. Your minority partner shouldn't be able to set strategic vision. For unanimous consent provisions, they should be limited to extraordinary events like dissolution of the company, filing a lawsuit, adding a new member. There are 4 of them that SBA generally allows. So ownership and control by the disadvantaged individual is critical. The social disadvantage, obviously we talked about, economic disadvantaged thresholds are critical. Chris mentioned this. You don't want to get into the 8A program until you're ready. You want to be able to take advantage of the sole source opportunities because come year 4, then you go into the transition phase in 6, 7, 8, or is it 7, 8, and 9. You're going to get weaned off sole source. You're going to get weaned off 8A work. You're going to have what they call BAT, another acronym that I love, business activity targets. And you're going to have to make thresholds that shows you're less and less reliant on the 8A set-asides and sole source. So you want to hit the ground running, and you want to be able to take advantage of those sole source opportunities in the first several years to grow your company. Any questions on the 8A program? Yes, sir.
Just on timeline, you said everybody's backlogged now. once my application's in and it's been accepted,
Yeah.
what's the timeline running for?
Yeah, so the question was, generally, what are we seeing with respect to timelines at the SBA for applications? So when you first throw it over the fence, technically they have 15 days to accept it for processing, right? Which a lot of times they'll come back and forth. The clock stops every time they come and ask you a question. So generally, that first 15-day actually takes about a month. So that's a month right there. So then once they're satisfied with your answers and you have a complete package ready for analysis, it says accepted for processing. They're supposed to have 90 days. Generally, they're running closer to 110 days, right? So, and that's with a clean application. Let's say you don't have a whole bunch of minority owners. It's not a first-time tribal application. It's a real clean application. I'd say at least 3 to 4 months. But every time they come back with a question, the clock stops. So it's incumbent on you to be really quick and responsive with respect to the questions they ask. Yeah. Any other questions?
But 6 months is a realistic.
Yes. Once it's accepted for processing. So a lot of folks don't know the screening process versus accepted for processing. So initially it goes through screening, then you'll get a notice accepted for processing. Once it gets into that hurdle, I'd say 4 months. Okay?
Better than I expected.
Yeah. Well.
That's good.
But CVE isn't over yet, so in January it'll come over, so we'll see. Did you have a question? No?
John, what is CBE?
Oh, CVE, good question. I'm not going to tell you what the acronym means, but it is the certification process at the VA for service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses that are coming over to the SBA. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Certified Veteran Enterprises. Any other questions? 8A real quick. HubZone. So as one thing we didn't mention, contracting officers get multiple credit. So a lot of folks don't realize this, right? They think $1 million contract, it's got to fall in a bucket. Is it going to fall in the small business bucket, in the 8A bucket, in the HubZone bucket? Guess what? If you have all those certifications, they get quadruple credit. It falls in all the buckets. So they cannot do a quadruple set-aside. And the new regs that just came out this past October clarified that you can't do a double set-aside. However, they can get quadruple credit. So it makes you more attractive if you can say you're 8A certified, but you're HubZone and service disabled and women-owned because they get quadruple credit. So 10 minutes? Oh, okay. So if you can qualify for the HubZone program, I'd encourage you to do so. How many tribal entities do we have here? Are you guys HubZone certified? All of you? You're not? Okay. You're not? Okay. So it's important to, especially for HubZone, especially for tribally owned entities, and I'll tell you why. We have a lot of tribal clients. You may never do a HubZone contract, and tribes can qualify through an exception. So where a small business has to have their principal office in a HubZone, principal office is just where your most number of employees work. It's not your headquarters. Where you have to have your principal office in a HubZone and 35% of your employees working in a HubZone, any HubZone, but in a HubZone. Tribes can get into the program by saying, I'm not going to do that. But if I win a HubZone contract, 35% of the staff on that contract is going to come from our HubZone community, meaning tribal land or areas surrounding the tribal land, right? So they can get in through the exception. Once you get in through the exception, you may never do a HubZone contract, right? But guess what? When you're awarded a $100 million 8A contract, sole source, the agency is going to get a $100 million HubZone credit as well. So it just makes you more attractive if you can say you're HubZone certified as well. That's important. I'm going to jump real quick into mentor, protege, and joint venture because I know I have limited time, but it's really important. So as we've seen, and we talked about the federal government marketplace, it's more competitive. There's these larger government-wide acquisition vehicles. Sometimes it's hard for newer entrant small businesses to participate in that marketplace, right? Used to be mentor-protege was only in the 8A program, right? And in the 8A program, it did so well, the Hill looked at it and said, well, wait a second, why don't we extend it to all small businesses? So you can team up with a mentor, right? And you can't say I'm going to team up with this mentor and the only thing I want to do is go after set-aside contracts. Because SBA is going to look at that application and say, it's not just to go after set-aside contracts. So it's important to have benefits flowing from mentor to protege. It's important to do a gap analysis. What am I missing as a protege? You only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime, ever, for your company. So it's important to do a gap analysis saying, you know, I'm missing business development capacity, project implementation capacity, HR, internal capacities, financial capacity. You got to do that gap analysis and make sure that those are the benefits flowing from mentor to protege because you only ever get 2. A mentor can have 3 proteges, and a mentor can be a large business, it can be a graduating small business, you can be a mentor and a protege at the same time, but you want to make sure that your mentor can definitely provide some of those benefits to you over the 6-year life of that MPA. It's 3 plus 3, right? When we are advising a protege, we say be very specific. Write down, and it's a template, right? The really important part is the chart. Write down in that chart what you want from that mentor. What are you going to get? Who's going to provide it? How are they going to provide it? When are they going to provide it? Be very specific. When we are advising the mentor, and this isn't, a lot of times we advise both. We say, you want to be a little bit fuzzy and feel good because you're going to have to report on this every year. You want to make sure it's something that you can deliver against, right? So make it something that's concrete enough, but something that you can definitely deliver against. It's 3, and it's extendable to an additional 3 years. Once, as generally it happens automatically, but if the mentor isn't performing, then it might not be extended for that additional 3 years. So that's the mentor-protege relationship. Under the mentor-protege relationship, you can create a joint venture. Why is that important? Because remember, we talked about the joint venture inheriting the past performance and quals of both members. So if your mentor is Lockheed, you create a joint venture. Let's say you're a Tribal 8A. You create a joint venture. The Tribal 8A owns 51%. Lockheed owns 49%. Lockheed can do up to 60% of that project because of the mentor-protege rules. Not 50, they can do up to 60. That JV inherits the Tribal 8A designation, but it has all the past performance, corporate quals of both members. So now you have a Tribal 8A with Lockheed's past performance, and you can go after unlimited sole source, right? So it's a really effective tool for small businesses, more nascent businesses, to team up with someone more experienced to go after set-aside contracts. Before this, Lockheed couldn't go after a set-aside contract, right? Now they can go after an unlimited sole source and do up to 60% of it. Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, you said that a mentor can have up to 3 proteges.
Yeah.
Is that at one time? Okay, so, all right.
Yeah, good question. So a protege can only have 2 mentors in their entire lifetime, so you got to be really careful. A mentor can have 3 proteges at any given time, so they can roll in and out. But here's the thing. All of Lockheed, with all its subsidiaries and everything else, can only have 3 proteges, right? So they are also very selective. You want to be selective, right? You want to be selective, but they're also going to be very selective. And quite frankly, when you create that joint venture, the protege has to be in the driver's seat. So when we talked about ownership and control from the disadvantaged individual, when you looked at the 8A company, in a joint venture, it's a legal entity, 5149, right? The protege has to be in the driver's seat. You can't have unanimous consent provisions where Lockheed can overrule the protege. So they are very cognizant of and careful on who they partner with and how those joint ventures are created. But it's an incredible tool. So what we see oftentimes is that these joint ventures continuously win the Oasis, the CIOSP4, the Alliance, all those larger vehicles, because they're very competitive. Now, the one thing that I'll say is that those joint ventures, because they're winning a lot, they're also getting protested a lot. So if you don't follow all the rules in setting up the joint venture, if you don't ensure that the protege really owns and controls, you're going to get protested and you'll probably not prevail, and then you're going to have wasted all that time creating the MPA and the pipeline and all those other great things. 3 minutes. Any questions so far? We can do a sidebar this afternoon. I'll be here.
Yeah.
I'll be here. Last thing, since I only have 3 minutes, and I sort of alluded to this a few times, right? One is the current administration policy, and the Secretary mentioned this, right? Casting a broader net, bringing in more small businesses, increasing the goals. They've already increased the small disadvantaged 8A goal. They're going to be looking at hub zone, service disabled, and woman-owned, because they don't want to pit one socio-category against the other. So they're going to look at that as well. When we see the infrastructure funds going out, there's a lot of funds for tribal entities, and there's a lot of grants for tribal governments for infrastructure as well as for communication and broadband. So I'd encourage you to look at all that. And then the last thing I'd say is that there has been, so these are all tailwinds, right? But there are headwinds. When we talk about getting into the federal marketplace, when you think about category management and setting up these vehicles that we just talked about that are so hard to get on, right? So more and more, because the federal government has goals to bring dollars under management, it means I'm going to take off this one standalone contract, and now I'm going to put it under this GWAC, which is Oasis or CIOSP4. They have goals to do that every year. So they're supposed to bring more dollars under management every year. When I was at the SBA, we used to battle that all the time. We thought it was the worst idea. And our administrator was really good. She supported us in that. This administration came out and said, you know what? Let's not have your small business goals be against your category management goals. If you set aside a requirement in one of the socio categories, 8A, hub zone, service disabled, women-owned, we'll allow it to count against your category management goals. So that's a huge step. Now that came out through a memo. You know, it's only as good as long as the president's there and the memo stands, but that's really positive for the socio categories. So at least now we're not seeing a battle between small business set-asides and category management. But you should be aware of how the federal government is buying and what vehicles contracts are going under, and be aware on who the competition is and who your potential partners are. My time is up. Our next guest is here. Thank you and appreciate your attention.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions. I think many of us do. That was such a true inside expert look. So thank you for the detail and for the expertise. We're actually going to take just a 10-minute break. Please don't overwhelm John. I know that he might need just a break too. Are you calling dibs? So we'll take just 10 minutes and then we will reconvene. Thank you. Okay, if you want to return to your seats, we're about to get started again. There are refreshments just outside in the adjacent room, so if you did not have a chance to grab your refreshments, now would be a great time to go get those cookies or chips or whatever it is you need to fuel you before the reception. Okay, if you can please take your seats so we can get started and welcome our next guest. Thank you. So it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Jackson Brossi, who is the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Native American Affairs at an agency that we might have just heard about called the Small Business Administration. So We appreciate you being here with us today. Mr. Brossi has experience as being the executive director for the Native CFDI network, as well as he is an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation and attended both Stanford and Harvard universities. We know that you have a tremendous amount of experience and are so grateful for you to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it, and really great to be here, and great to be here with you all. One thing that's not on my bio is I'm a graduate of Red Mesa High School, which is a really, I think, a wonderful place to go to high school. It's in northeastern Arizona on the Navajo Reservation, and the place where the Navajo president-elect went to high school there too. So. Let's go. Jackson Brossi, Dasha Janendo, Twohi Gleaning. Belagana Bush's chin, but Ane Dasha Shado, Belagana Dasha Nala. Look at your gado towards a yesina shadow. Ade Con Washington, the cash. So, Navajo, from the Water Flows Together clan, and my family is originally from Lukachukai and Saley area. And usually I see more Navajos in a native room, but I don't see as many. I know that Derek was here, but I think that's how I was raised to connect with folks, and I look forward. Really, the reason I'm here is I want to connect with you. If I haven't connected earlier, I want to get to meet you, get to know you. I feel like the people that are in this room care about the things that I care about, which are increasing opportunity for Native people, helping us not only build but rebuild our nations all across the country, whether it's in Maine to Florida to Oklahoma to Eastern Band Cherokee to Lumbee, to the Navajo Nation, back out to Alaska. These are things I care about, and I really feel passionately that tools like small business development, small business opportunity, increasing entrepreneurship in our communities is absolutely vital and effective in that work. And I think that if you came here, you probably fit somewhere in that area, whether you're, whether you're a individual business owner. We have individual business owners. Cool. Whether you're affiliated with a tribally owned firm. Cool. Whether you're with a not-for-profit organization. Cool. Or whether you're with the feds. Oh, they're all busy working. But anyway, I'm a Fed, so I can make a joke. But yeah, okay. Well, first off, I want to say it's really great to be talking with a group of Native folks and Native allies here in November. It seems like a lot of the work I've been doing lately, I've been doing outreach to non-Native groups talking about, or people that don't know that much about Native folks, about Native American heritage, about small businesses and stuff like that. And so it's nice to be in a different setting where not only is it a group of Native folks that I don't really have to teach you that there are 574 tribes across the country, that we're all very different. People speak different languages. I don't have to tell you all that. You all know it and you all live it. So that's great. And the other great thing that I'm really happy, and I was talking to Chris James about, is it's good to be here because this is a Native-owned property. So if you didn't know it, there are 3 tribes that owned this property and put it together, I want to say about 12 years ago, maybe 14 years ago, something like that. And it's done really well. The Oneida of Wisconsin, Forest County, Potawatomi, and the San Manuel. So my hat's off to them. Yeah. And I think this is a great example of how things can and hopefully should work, where not only are we investing in our own communities, but we're also investing, diversifying, and being in places where people might not otherwise think about, but are important and also strategically located. So I work with the Small Business Administration. Our offices are about 3 blocks, not even 3 blocks, 2 blocks away, really close, right around the corner. So I was able to walk over here. And I think that we'll have more of that moving forward. So I'm really happy about that. First off, I want to say big thanks to the National Center for your leadership. You guys have been a rock in promoting economic opportunity through small business development entrepreneurship for decades. And the platforms that you use and have built have been incredible. I think the Reservation Economics Summit, we'll do a raise hand thing. Who's been to the Res Summit? Yeah, it is. There isn't anything else out there like that, and I tell my colleagues at the SBA that if we need to go to one thing where we want to connect with Native American small businesses, that's the place to do it. So my hats are off to the National Center, Chairman Derek Watchman, CEO Chris James, who stepped out, and the rest of the NCAIED team. I know that they been active here, and also you all have a new office that you co-locate with the Indian Gaming Association, so that's pretty cool. Also, in big thanks to their PTAC team too, who is a side that the SBA we refer folks to and have referred folks to successfully, and I'm happy to say that there are many great examples. I get just not to be somebody who throws out these acronyms, so the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, so that you're aware of that. And you probably already heard from them, but they are the place to go to for free advice if you are looking into getting into government contracting or want to grow your government contracting opportunities. So big thanks to them. Well, I'm here to share that my message to you is the SBA is here, and we want to be a partner, and we stand in a unique time where we have leadership at the SBA that cares deeply about Indian country, and we want to make a real difference. And that was evident as soon as I came on board just almost a year ago, where the head of the SBA, Administrator Isabella Guzman, elevated the office that I work in so that I report directly to her. And I guess the inside baseball of that is if there are challenges within the organization, I'm able to talk directly to her, and really happy to say that she listens and cares deeply about what we do. Not only has she made it a priority to do some outreach in Indian country, speaking at multiple res summits. I don't know if there's any SBA head who's spoken at multiple res summits, but she has. She's also been the first SBA head who went out to the Navajo Nation, partially thanks to folks like Derek Watchman's invitation to visit the Navajo Nation. And she was able to meet directly with small businesses there. We had a great roundtable. We got to talk about some of the challenges that they face being located where they are in rural areas and on reservation. Challenges maybe around access to capital, challenges really with things that a lot of the other folks take for granted, like mail, like the fact that if you're getting inventory shipped to your place, you might not have a physical address and you have to have it shipped somewhere else, or you got to go 45 minutes to go pick it up at the FedEx. So there are a lot of challenges that she's actively reached out to, looked to, and to find out more about. And so I think that bringing back to where we are, the SBA is here as a partner, and right now is a really opportune time to take advantage and bring forward good ideas and be partnerships, build this strength and partnership. So I know you heard a little bit about government contracting, but so the SBA, and that's a huge part of what we do at the SBA. But I want to give you a really high-level overview of other parts of the SBA, including government contracting, and we like to break it down with 3 C's and a D. So the SBA, the first C is capital. So access to capital, the SBA can help provide access to capital. Basically what that means is if you've got a small business and you want to expand, you need some money, I think raise your hand if you wouldn't mind any extra money. Who wants some more extra money? I do, yeah. Well, the SBA's, for the most part, with the exception of a couple of grants, which I can talk about in a little bit, SBA provides more loans, and we back loans. And we, for the most part, we at the SBA do not give direct loans, but we guarantee loans through an intermediary or a bank. And our primary products are something called the 7A and a 504 loan. And if you're interested in learning more about that, check out our website. But you can also go to our website. We have something called Lender Match, and you can just type in your information, what your business profile looks like, what your interests, what you do, and what you might want the loan for, how much you might want it for, and we'd be able to connect you with a bunch of different lenders that are guaranteed, have guarantees that the SBA backs, that hopefully would be able to help you out there. So that's the access to capital piece. Government contracting piece is a huge piece. And John spoke to it right before I came, but I probably don't need to tell anybody in this room that government contracting is a huge engine for Native American economies, not only individually owned firms, but also tribally, Alaskan Native and Native Hawaiian organizations. And if you might be with a tribe that is not engaged in that part of procurement as an entity-owned firm in this 8A program, then I highly encourage you to look into that. And if you're an individual-owned firm, I highly encourage you to look into it. If the government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, not the entire just U.S., but the entire world, and it's a marketplace that is competitive, but it's also a marketplace where you, as a Native American-owned firm or a socially disadvantaged-owned firm, would be able to stake out a piece. And again, I'll point to our friends, PTACs, that are here and able to help with that. So those are two of the 3 C's. The last one is counseling, and something that we partner here with the National Center on is we provide some grants to different organizations across the country that do counseling for small businesses, entrepreneurs, the type of stuff we're doing right now, and also on the finance side as well. So I spoke a bit about how this is a unique, opportune time. It's also a time when we have, thanks to a program called the Community Navigators Program, which we have at least one organization in here. We got Russ in the back who heads up the Sequoia Fund, is a community navigator. The Community Navigators is a new program where we now have 40 plus new Native American serving organizations across the country, from Maine to South Dakota to Oklahoma to Eastern Band Cherokee to Hawaii to the very tip of Alaska, that are these community navigator partners. And these community navigator partners are able to get a small grant from the SBA, and then and their goal is to provide training, technical assistance for small businesses like yourselves, in a number of different ways. Folks like Russ and his network, he's affiliated with the AWISTA network, are focused on giving access to capital to folks via native CDFIs. And so we help them with that, and really proud of that partnership. And we're actually able to meet recently in Cherokee, North Carolina, a week and a half ago, with a number of these organizations, and really see the great work that folks like Sequoia Fund are doing. So that's our counseling piece. And finally, we also help out a bit with disasters, natural disasters. And I hope and I pray that none of your firms find yourself in a situation where you're impacted by natural disasters, but they do happen, and they are happening more frequently. And so the SBA is able to provide access to capital at a lower interest rate through loans, for the most part, to businesses that are impacted by natural disasters. So hopefully that's something that you can file away and never use, but that is something that you as an American taxpayer have access to with the SBA. So that's a resource. I want to, I guess, flag a couple things that will be coming up. Do we have any tribal leaders in the audience? Okay, cool. Where are you from? Pokagon. Okay, great. Awesome. So you might have heard there's a White House Tribal Nations Summit coming up at the end of this month. Every one of the 574 federally recognized tribes is able to send one representative to this meeting on November 30th. So if you have a tribal leader that you want from your community to come out to this meeting, it's November 30th and December 1st. All the cabinet agencies are going to get together and connect with tribal leaders and share some of the work that we have been doing, are doing, and will be doing. We'll be announcing some stuff there. We'll be announcing some stuff around access to capital, and that really aligned with a lot of the work that at the SBA that we've been taking on just recently. So just this past year, actually at the RES Summit, we announced something called the Native Lending Initiative, where we're going around connecting with Native American entrepreneurs, Native American lenders, so banks and CDFIs that work in the space, and then tribal leaders to find out where the SBA's programs, most particularly the 7A and the 504 program, are working and working well, and where they might not be. And so we've done 4 different listening sessions. One of them was at the RES Summit. We've done one out in Washington State, a number online, and we want to, I guess, continue this. So that's something that I'm interested in talking to folks about later, and we can get my contact information and chat. But I want to make sure that if you're a Native-owned entrepreneur, that you're able to access every single one of the products that other people are able to access. And whether you are in an urban area, like I live right outside of here in Washington, D.C., or whether you're in a rural or reservation or on trust land, you should be able to take advantage of all that. So that's what one of our big initiatives right now. And I'm getting close. I've got a quick question. The Native Lending Initiative. And so right now we're in the, I guess, investigation phase, and which will eventually turn into some policy recommendations. And I think that we have some, we've gotten some good ideas about what we can do, and that's where we're moving towards. And we will be, I guess one of our things that we will be announcing November 30th is that we're going to be coordinating not just with the SBA's programs, but there are a number of other programs throughout the federal government. Anybody here know about the BIA's loan guarantee program? Okay, I know we have some people that are really, the National Center is a big advocate of increasing that loan guarantee fund, but so there are things like that. The USDA has guaranteed loans. HUD has the 184 loan program. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that people are aware of these things, and then also find out maybe where there are opportunities to improve them. So, and so I'm coming toward the end of my remarks, and after that I'll open up for some more questions. But one thing I want to leave folks with is that we, in Native Heritage Month, we live in a challenging time right now. And I think specifically about the federal Supreme Court and the way they're looking at the Indian Child Welfare Act, and how that is a dark cloud in right now the federal government's relationship with tribes. And I want to share that, and I really don't need to share this with everybody, but I'll do it one more time, is that obviously Native people are here because we are resilient, and we are ready to continue to keep our head up and keep moving forward, no matter what the challenges we may face at a certain time. So when I was in Cherokee, North Carolina, a week and a half ago, they have a great museum there, and their museum has a quote from Andrew Jackson. And no, I am not. My name is Jackson, but I'm not named after Andrew Jackson. And and they have a quote from him. And I'm paraphrasing, but he says that eventually you will be no more, he says to them. And he was absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. And when I was out there in Cherokee a week and a half ago, not only was he wrong that the Cherokee people are still there, still around, they're thriving, but many of them are still there in the place that he wanted to remove them from. And not only that, they're thriving, they have an incredible economy there, small businesses, a great casino. And also, not only that, but we have native people, not only Cherokees, but from everywhere. Navajo, from the Navajo Reservation. We had people from Hawaii, people from Alaska, all coming to that spot. And so, to me, that was just one of many examples of Native people being resilient, keeping our heads up, and moving forward, and trusting in our future generations. And that's where my trust is. And I'm happy to say that with the SBA that we're working with right now, that we have great leadership there who cares deeply about us. And I want to make sure that I'm an advocate for you as an individual-owned firm or a tribally owned firm or an ally in this space. So with that, thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Is this better? The Native Lending Initiative, when you guys, announce it on the 30th, will you be releasing any of the information that was used on the research or the findings or the disparities or any of that could be used in research at institutions like mine?
Good question. So we'll on the 30th, we are going to announce really more broadly what we'll be doing in coordination with other agencies. And as part of that, we will be putting out a report, but not on the 30th. Look forward a few months down the road as we get, more input from the other agencies. But that is definitely a deliverable and a commitment to an interagency report on not only what we're doing, but other folks are doing too. But great question, and I do think that as someone who worked with Native CDFIs is something that I care about strongly. Mr. Watchman.
With this announcement that's coming out, are you also including in the category surety and performance bonding?
We're looking at everything.
Everything.
Yep.
Okay. And so, and maybe to add on to, I think one of the big things that I'd like to see in any country is just more capital to improve the loan guarantee programs.
Yep.
And so I'm affiliated with one bank out in the West, and as a practical matter, it's really hard to lend to trust land activities without a loan guarantee or collateral support. And so I think that's a big takeaway. And that not only lends itself to lines of credit and short-term and long-term permanent loans, but also performance and surety bonds. And so, and the reason for that, as you know, is that most of these financial institutions categorize Indian country lending at a very high risk level. And so in order to mitigate that, the loan guarantee, I think, is probably the only option at this point. I know a lot of us are still looking at it. So I encourage you, to beef up, the 7J and 504 program, but also to encourage our friends over at the Interior, to triple or go back to the heyday. I think the Indian Loan Guarantee Program, when it was first started, was almost at $200 million a year. We're at 13, 14, and that, if you multiply that times 10, that's about $150 million a year in loan capacity. And certainly there's much, much more capital needed out in any country. So, but thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, and great point, and definitely I won't speak for DOI, but they have told me that they're program does run out of funding by half a year or so. Yeah. Go for it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, good point. Good point.
I asked about the recent proposed rule and just for an update.
Awesome. Okay. So yeah, great question. I did want to talk about that too. So as part of our Office of Native American Affairs, we help run tribal consultation. And so tribal consultation is something that we take seriously and I take seriously. And I'm a political appointee. I haven't been a Fed on this side of the table for my whole life. So I've been on the other side, and I've been on the other side of tribal consultation, and I've been in tribal consultations where someone says that consultation should mean something, and then they go around and don't take any advice or any input from tribes, even though tribes had consensus, and really leave tribes frustrated and scratching their heads like, why did we even engage in this? So I'm happy to say that the SBA, we have had our first tribal consultation under a new tribal consultation policy just this past year in September and October of this year. We had four different tribal consultations from Alaska to Oklahoma to Anchorage to here in Washington, D.C., with the opportunity to view some of this stuff online at the last meeting in Washington, D.C. We also had a listening session in Hawaii. Anybody from Hawaii? So that was a listening session, not a consultation. So we heard from a number of different folks, and the issue we were consulting on was about a proposal to require that tribally owned firms, Alaska Native owned firms, or Alaska Native Corporation owned firms, and Native Hawaiian organizations provide additional information for their community benefits, and then also that they give back a certain percent of their community benefits, and what should that percentage be, and then also should there be penalties if they don't meet that. I guess we can see where that idea was coming from, but I'm really happy to say that the consultation that we held was a really great example of how consultation should work out. It's an example of consultation working. So we heard back from the tribes. Tribes said, the implementation of this idea is imperfect, and it is prescriptive and runs counter to the idea of tribal sovereignty. We heard that loud and clear, resoundingly and unanimously at different places we met. And so the head of the SBA, my boss, the administrator, announced, and I announced for her on October 5th that we would not be moving forward with those proposed rules, and we have not blinked about that. I know for some reason there was rumors that was not the case, but I've had multiple meetings about this, and I want to be very clear, and I've talked to my boss that proposal is not moving forward. There is a larger, and yeah, thank you, and that's really tribal consultation working. And if it had not been for the tribes showing up and speaking unanimously, there might be something else, but tribes are very clear about this. But there's a larger rule that will be moving forward that has some great things in there that are non-controversial, not even non-controversial, but good for tribes. So if you're a tribally owned firm that is tax exempt, which the most lower 48 are tax exempt, you do not, we clarify that you do not have to submit tax receipts because you don't have them, and then instead you can submit different financials. They can be audited or depend on the size of your organization. So stuff like that. If you're tribally owned, you can submit your own waivers of sovereignty as so some different like technical things, but that were not part of our regulations, and now they will be. So we have some things like that as part of our larger rule that will be moving forward after we've reviewed some comments. And we've received a lot of comments, and so after we review those, then the larger rule will move forward. Yeah. But to really be very, very clear, the community benefits proposal that was roundly criticized is not. Hey.
I know I brought this up before, but you know, the SBDC network out there around the country, at least my area, the non-native, non-tribal education institutes benefit from us being in the neighborhood, so to speak. And so I know that the SBDC network goes through HBCUs and others, or in Arizona through the Mesa Community College system. And so one thought that I'd like to put on the table is, can we get an SBDC network out there specifically and exclusively for tribes? Because in my experience around Navajo, I got all these, you know, with no disrespect, you know, these non-natives trying to counsel Navajos that are trying to get into business, and they fall short because there's some unique challenges, I believe, not only on Navajo, but other reservations when it comes to creating a business. And so we got some great experts out there, but I think it'd be great to see a native, through our tribal college system, a native SBDC system. And I know there's a long history behind it, and I've been referred to, you know, the Small Business Administration Act, but it seems that since there's a lot of push for tribal and Indian country from the White House, that's one area that we could also add to the portfolio, you know, because many of our natives need that critical one-on-one assistance. And that's what the SBDC is for. I know that there's, you know, through your office, there's some other services out there, but it'd be nice to have underground, boots on the ground SBD services that's through perhaps the local native chambers or local tribal colleges, universities, so that we can, you know, jumpstart many of our businesses that are still struggling with COVID. Now they're dealing with inflation, soon maybe a recession. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But our native businesses, you know, need a huge, huge shot in the arm, you know, to get to where we were. Well, actually, we still got a long ways to go, but, you know, to get to pre-COVID, but beyond COVID. So, you know, again, I know I put that on the table, but just for some of you to think about as you do your planning. So, thank you.
Thank you, and that's something that we've heard, and it's great to bring it up again, and we're thinking about it.
I'd like to just second that. If you do have a good SBDC in your area and they understand tribes, it's a game changer. If they don't, and they're calling you a club, which you have heard, I don't know if you've heard me say, I had a client, one of the SBDs said, "What are you, tribal members, so you're just a club?" I mean, the training, so you need to hire Derek and I, and we're gonna come train. Sorry, Derek, we're gonna collaborate. But we don't want just a retired, you know, military guy coming in there and telling us about the government when he doesn't even understand, you know, the audience that is serving. And so I think, and I say this gently, there's a training component that's still missing on your guys' end about who we are. And especially when you go into rural America. And yes, you guys are huge, but little bitty Rocky Boys of the world, where I'm from, and those in the Plains area, when you get, I met with one of my clients, SBDC guy, and he said, "I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm also your PTAC rep." And I thought, what in the world? Why are you here? I was like, poor guy, you know, somebody just threw him into the pool and said, "Swim." And so I think there's, you know, and that was less than a month ago. And this poor dude, I thought, oh, so I gave him a resource, and I thought, I'm here doing your job, and you're the government guy trying to help me. So anyways, I think there's a huge gap filler that you could do, and there are some wonderful tribal colleges that like Derek said, really would be outstanding partners. And of course, my mom's the founder of our tribal college, and I'll volunteer them. But you know, whatever resource we can help you be a better resource for us, it's an open invitation.
Well, thank you. Great point, great suggestion. And I'm noting it, definitely.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I think think we really appreciate the relationship with the agency, as well as our shared values in terms of providing services and resources and doing everything that we can for our shared stakeholders, our business owners and communities who need everything that we can do to help support their enterprises. So thank you so much, both for coming today and for everything that you do.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me. Yeah.
Well, I have had the pleasure of introducing so many wonderful guests today that it's also, I want to also say that it's such a pleasure to introduce my colleague. Kaya Jackson is, you don't have to hustle, I just did it a couple times, take your time. Kaya Jackson is with the National Center, and she works in the Export Center. Kaya travels quite a lot, right? And her background includes her own experiences with starting her own business that had to do with sewing, as well as founding a nonprofit to service animals. So Kaya, I will turn things over to you. You have a mic and the remote.
Yay! Last speaker, huh? All right. Oh. Except for the close-up. But my name is Kaya Jackson. I am San Carlos Apache from San Carlos, Arizona. My background is in economic development. I used to work for my tribe before coming on board with the National Center. But today I want to talk to you just like an overview of our newest program, the Export Center, which is funded by the U.S. Commerce. But let's see. Okay. So we launched this new program out in July of last year, and we are one of 4 export centers. The other 3, we have one in Miami, 2 in Texas, so San Antonio and Houston. Following that, we have advanced manufacturing centers, and so we have those in Baltimore, Hartford, and Louisianaville, and then San Antonio as well. And those centers, they actually offer targeted assistance for manufacturers that aim to employ new technologies to increase the number of Made in America products. And then out in good old Washington, D.C., we have our MBDA Federal Procurement Center. And similar to the PTACs, they also provide access to federal procurement officials and prime contracts. MBDA in general, we do our work based on client work. So in order to qualify that, we do service a variety of minority businesses. And you can learn more about that on our website, and so you can follow at NCAIED.org/the Export Center to see who we're able to service. So being underneath the National Center, what we're able to do is we're able to expand and create domestic and global economic development opportunities. And we're able to do this by creating partnerships or relationships with local, national, and international organizations. So one of our recent ones that we did, we created a relationship with it's similar to Etsy, but it's called Novica, and they're an international company that focuses on telling stories of artisans. And so within Indian country, we have a lot of artisans, and working with the Tourism Association, IENTA, we were able to get a lot of data from them, and one of the things that the Europe area is very interested in is Native American tourism, and that includes like all of like the jewelry and basically everything that an artisan puts out. So we're able to partner with them to start them working with Native American artisans. And this would be their first time doing that because they focus a lot on other countries throughout the world. So just really excited about that. Let's see. We also are able to be an advocate within MBDA and then just globally for American Indians, Native Hawaiians, and Alaskan Hawaiians. Just some areas where you can find us at in the upcoming months. We do host monthly webinars. We call them trade talks, but you can find those on our website as well. Our last one had to do with patents. Our next one is going to be trademarks. And then, of course, you can find us at NCAIED, wherever they are. And sometimes we bring along our rep partners, but I can go into that pretty soon. And then, of course, you'll find us at RES. So this year the Export Center team, we are working on the B2B. So looking forward to that. Let me see. We are one of the only export centers that do focus on Native Americans. We have a whole list of other minorities that we do work with, but specifically for us, since we're with National Center, we do have a big focus with Native Americans. Okay. The whole idea is like, why export? So if you guys aren't aware, 95% of the world's consumers are outside of the United States. And these are just some of the reasons why it would be good for your business to get into exporting. You can grow your sales, diversify your income, have a competitive advantage, and job creation. There's also statistics on those companies that export. Their employees also have higher pay as well, so that's always a plus. For what our center provides, we do direct matchmaking. So we do that through B2Bs, or we connect you with different embassies throughout the world, or direct relationships with those organizations or companies. We provide education and training, whether that be through one-on-one, or we do that through these NEIs, webinars, or with our rep partners. Also being with the National Center, we're able to connect our clients to our other our other programs within us, so like the PTACs, the other MBDA program, and the other SBA programs. And then we do assist with market research. And how we're able to do this, we do work with U.S. Commercial Services. So U.S. Commercial Services, you can find them at export.gov. And they are in over 100 cities throughout the U.S. and about 75 countries throughout the world. They have a lot of market research on industry specific or country specific, so it's a rabbit hole. So if you guys need help going through their site or looking through things, they have a lot of great information on exporting. And then our next rep partner is the Export-Import Bank of the U.S. So they are the official export credit agency of the U.S., and they work specifically just with exporting. I know their name has import in there, but they don't really do much with importing, just with exporting. And if this isn't an option for you, other resources for financial or capital needs, we could look into SBA's STEP program, or the Native Bank of America would be another good option. I know that was kind of quick, but just trying to keep us on schedule and everything. And so here's my contact information, and here's Joanne's contact. She is our project director for this program. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kaya. And actually, that's a good segue for us, because I wanted to mention the B2B that's happening tomorrow. Kaya will be there as will Chris Pierce in the back, as will I. So if you would like to meet with us during that time, even if you don't have scheduled meetings with businesses in the B2B, we will all be available to have conversations with you. Kai, could I get a hand from you real quick, please? Okay, we're gonna pass these out, thanks. We're gonna switch gears for just a minute. Well, actually, no, we're gonna switch gears and wrap up. We have covered so much material today, right? I mean, how many of you are sitting there like, well, I don't think I can take any more facts, right? Too many facts. So we're done with facts. Not that we're getting into fiction, I misspoke. Okay, so I wanted to take a very big step back from all of the rich detail that our speakers have given us and talk about what it means to innovate and to scale, right? To change, to try new things, to grow. And the first question is your business ready for change? It's not asking, do you want to change, right? Because some people don't want to change, and that's fine. Some business owners say, I'm where I want to be, I'm holding steady. And that is an individual choice that we leave to you and your business. But what I want to suggest to you is that the capacity for change is absolutely critical. And I think we've all seen that and lived it with the pandemic. We may not have wanted to change. The pandemic didn't give us a choice, did it? So the capacity for change is important and something to think about, even if you've made a very thoughtful choice that you don't want to change. You just kind of want to hold steady. In terms of the tools, is your business ready for change? Some of our speakers like Russ have helped you think about the pragmatics, the financials. Some of this question is mathematical, and some of it is much more abstract. And same with, is your business ready for growth, right? Are you positioned to do it? So what do you need to innovate and to grow? What do you need to innovate and to grow? Because sometimes I think we talk about spectacular growth and success as though it's this magic thing. And we have these things like, you know, Doogie Howser on TV. If you're too young for that, maybe Sheldon on the Big Bang Theory, right? So we have this idea that genius kind of springs forth, and it's something that you either have or you don't. And spectacular success is just kind of this random magical quality rather than something that is far more complex. So what do you need? What do you need? What do you need to innovate? What do you need to grow? Okay, so this is the handout that Kaya has been helping to pass around the room. And on the left represents Google, and on the right is Apple. Google and Apple. So when we think about our biggest, most successful, amazing tech company innovation and growth, these companies come to mind, right? So the question is, how did they do it? How did they do it? What's their secret? So this is a representation, a visualization of their patent relationships. Their patent relationships. Who do they collaborate with? What is the pattern that leads to their success? Because other companies would like to know, right? How do I get that kind of success? How do I innovate? Innovation is risky, really, really risky. How do we do it? So these little dots, and you have it on your handout too, everywhere that there's a dot, that indicates collaboration with inventors. So these are patents. How many people hold patents, and are they interconnected, right? So I'll let you just look at that for a moment, and let me ask, what jumps out? It's kind of a strange image, but what do you notice immediately about these companies?
Google's more spread, Apple's more concentrated.
Yeah, I think I hear a couple people saying the same thing. So Google's a little bit all over the place, right? And Apple has this deep concentration here. Now, if you're in the way back, you may not see this, but do you see the green dots? Itty bitty green dots. Okay, where's the big green dot is which company? And then over here, there's actually a couple. You may not see them both. Who's the big green dot? These are people. People on patents. Who's the big green dot? Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs. So when we look at this, does Steve Jobs collaborate diversely? Not like Google. Who's the little dot over at Google? Sergey Brin, okay? So these two companies both have stunning success in innovation and growth, right? They've done it. They have chosen different paths, but they got to the same destination. Google is diverse. They try a little bit of everything. Apple is tighter, much more controlled, less diverse. Any guesses as to why that might be? What's the reason for this distribution of collaboration?
Sorry, I think it's in part by the product, right? So your software development on the left side, while you're still doing software development, you've got hardware development and a product to sell on the right side. So the patents themselves are different in the way they're being built or the way they're being manufactured.
Yeah, so that's mostly it. That's mostly it. And here's what it is. That plays a role, but what's really going on here is these companies ask themselves, what does it take? What are my risks? What do I have to gain? Apple makes what? What kind of company are they? What kind of tech? What is their product? It is a phone. It is a physical object. It's hardware. What kind of company is Google? Software. Software. If you make a mistake in software, how costly is it? Right, kind of depends. You can fix it, right? If you make a mistake, if you put a fatal flaw into the next iteration of the iPhone, how expensive is that? Very expensive. So what I'm suggesting to you is there's no one way to do this. But what kind of product you have, software or a service or hardware, the costs that you face, the risks, may shape your choices and your decision making in terms of how you approach innovation and growth. So here's a close-up on Google. Here's Sergey Brin, and here's Lawrence Page. And see all those itty-bitty dots? All those are individual people, right? Those are collaborators. That's how Google did it. And here's that close-up of Apple, right? Very different picture. No right answer. It's a question of your risk tolerance, what the consequences might be, and how you go about doing it. When I looked at these images, I found them really, really striking. You know, I kept thinking, like, what are the lessons? It seems like there's a lot of lessons here. And for me, this is the lesson. No one does it alone. No one does it alone. We all have networks and resources. We all collaborate. We may have a different approach. Our individual networks may be smaller or larger, but no one does it alone. Like Lillian talked about getting her first job out of law school. She had help, right? When we think about how to innovate and how to grow, or just to stay the same in a changing world, we want to account for who are the resources? What are the less tangible resources that are available to us? Because those collaborations, those relationships and networks are our assets. They're important to how we can build businesses, build our safety nets, and have mutual support. No right or wrong answer in how we do that. Okay, I'm going to ask for help again from my colleagues. And we're going to pass around two different documents. One of them is called a note to self, a note to self. And what this is we're asking you to write a note to yourself. Research shows that if we ask you to do this, if we ask you to write down 3 action items, you're more likely to follow through. So we're asking you to write a note to yourself, and we're going to pass around envelopes too, and we will actually mail these to you in about 3 months, right? You can seal the envelope. We're not going to, do you mind opening that and pass it? Thank you. We're not going to open it and read it, but we want to suggest that you follow up, that you set for yourself some very simple actions. Don't set big goals, right? Well, you can, but simple things that are achievable are easier to follow through on. So make a note to yourself. Thomas says he's going to put his address on somebody else's. So take a moment to think about what are the follow-up actions that you might take and how that might support your business goals as you tackle the questions of how you innovate, how you grow. We've all innovated. We all innovated through the pandemic. You innovated the moment you started thinking about creating your own business. So what will be your next steps? So we'll give you a little time to think about those and write them down. And after a couple minutes, we'll ask a few of you to share. The other thing that we're going to pass around is our evaluation forms. I heard somebody say, my goal is to talk to you tomorrow. You know what? That is achievable, measurable. That is completely doable. So for the evaluations, we want to do those not just because the undersecretary would like to know how we're doing and if we are meeting your needs as we try to provide resources to your business, but we read every single comment and we take them seriously. It helps us to develop programming. So at the conclusion of our session, we'll ask for those back. And then the final thing I wanted to mention, although we don't have to pass it around, some of you may be thinking, hey, I'd really like to become a client. So up here at the front are basically business information forms. If you want to work with us, you can come and grab one of those. This is the quietest we've been all day. As you're finishing up, I'd like to just ask a couple of people to share about your action items. Is there somebody who'd like to give us one of their follow-up items? I see you smiling back there. Yes, in the very, very back. Do I have to run all the way back there again? No,
Keeping you busy today. Okay, I loved all the information that I was able to listen to today, and I think One of the take-homes is the importance of Indian entrepreneurship. So I'd like to just kind of dive more into that and understand the landscape, the differences, because there are many with state tribes and federal tribes, and their challenges and what those look like. So it's kind of a research project I'm working on, so I'm just going to expand it after today.
Thank you very much. Okay. Someone else? Maybe close to me? What's an action item that you have for yourself? You look like you're about to say something.
Something small, but that I jotted down was the DSBS profile and updating that at least quarterly. So I'm going to put that on my calendar as a reminder.
That's a great one. And yeah, that reminds me, Karina, I think it was you. Somebody I spoke to said, hey, by the way, how in the world did you get my name? I got a random email from you. How did you find me? I found a lot of you through the DSBS. Lots of people use that. So I love that that's one of your action items that you're planning to do. Somebody else?
I want to try to locate and identify some suitable candidate companies that can possibly be a mentor to my company in the Mentor Protege program.
That's a great one. That's a great one. Finding companies that you may want to work with that can be mentors. Great. Okay. Somebody else? People all look very serious. Thank you very much for really engaging with the material. So as we're winding up, I want to go back. We have note to self, and no one does it alone. No one does it alone applies to us as well. So I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our staff. Could our staff please stand up, and can we have a round of applause for everybody at the National Center? And our note to self. Our note to self is that we want to follow up with you. We will take your envelopes. If you don't want to participate, that's okay. But we will mail these back to you, and we'd like to touch base. The first time I spoke with you, I said, hey, tell me about your business. The next time we connect, I want to say, hey, how have things been since the last time we met? What's changed? What's new? How are things going on your action items? What can I do to help you? So that is our action item. As you know, we have the reception this evening in just a little bit next door, and we have the B2B tomorrow. But this concludes our event for today. We have baskets for your evaluation forms and your notes to self. And with that, we will bring it to a close and say thank you very much.